Peace, this is Amon Renew from AstraRenew.com. We are back in here once again for another discussion. So before we get into it, I'm going to make sure that the tunes are proper. I want to make sure that the live stream doesn't interrupt, because if the live stream interrupts, I will have to do this from my laptop. Right now, we are on the phone. So if there are any problems, then we'll just make the transition. So I just want to take a couple minutes to make sure that everything is good, make sure that the audio is good, make sure that everything is ready to go without any mistakes. Peace, Brianna. So if everybody can hear me clearly, you can hear the music, then we'll just give a second. I just want to make sure everything is good. There is no choppiness, there is no lag, any of that. So if everything is good, we'll get started. I just want to put on some background music just to tap into the vibes. What's up, Alvin? So essentially, I wanted to demonstrate more than I speak in this particular episode, as this is a situation that has been lingering on for quite some time in terms of people being woke. What's up, Teh Mims? What's up, Young Worlds? What's good? What's good? I appreciate everybody for tuning in. Essentially, the purpose of this video is me observing what's going on in the world, but not just on a physical level, but also a spiritual level. What I mean by that is, wait, hold on, let me see. I tried making an account with your website, but my PayPal wouldn't log in, and now I can't sign up. Did you do this recently? Because if it did not go through, then I would just delete your profile and you will be able to re-sign up without any issues. So if for whatever reason your payment did not go through, I will be able to correct that right now if you did it recently. So let's give me a second to check this. Because again, if anybody has paid me anything, I want to make sure you're getting what you paid for. So I'll handle this right now without any issues. So again, just for those, again, this is AstraRenew.com. Again, it's $5 a month. I make it very affordable for anybody who wants to join in. It's just extra information. You know, there's over 350 articles and videos on the website. Just extra for those who are more serious into the craft. In terms of the registration here, I don't see where you registered if you did it recently. Because all of the members that I have are currently registered. I don't have any pending, because when you sign up for the website, I have to approve you, which I do so manually. So anybody who joins a website, you get manually approved, just so you can understand how the process works, which is most likely within hours of you paying, if not before that. So it doesn't take long. So just type in your email and I'll be able to double check your account. Just type in your email in the comments. I'll double check your account as I'm doing this video. But let me get back on topic here. What I want to do, I want to actually draw some cards from the tarot, and that's why I have the tarot decks here. I want to actually draw some cards and allow the spirit to speak more than me just giving my opinion, because I don't want this to come off as I'm just giving my opinion. I want to help separate the illusion from reality. And in order to do that, the best way to demonstrate that is through the tarot, as the symbols speak louder to the subconscious mind. And I saw that you left your email, which I do not see. So if you did not do this recently, you can just simply just sign back up, because I don't have your email saved. So you should be able to just repeat the process and you should be able to get in without any issues. So if you're having issues, just repeat the process. Go to the website, register, and everything should go through well. I should get the email immediately after you make your payment, and I will approve you right on the spot. So hopefully we can get over that by the time this video is done. So just go ahead and repeat the process, and I'll have you approved before the video is over. Getting back to the video. When it comes to being woke, a lot of people interpret this as being conscious, but it is simply not the case. Allow me to demonstrate what I mean. Before that, let me alter these sounds. I'm going to alter these sounds so it produces a different sound here, so it's less disturbing. So I'll turn it up so you can hear what I'm doing to the sound, so that we can understand the type of energy that we're going to open up. So again, this is the beat I created, but I'm going to show you how I alter the beat, or at least you can listen to it. So give me 1 second here. So if you notice, now the beat is more stretched out and is going slower, so it doesn't contrast with my voice too much, so it shouldn't be too much of a disturbance. Getting back to the topic of the video here. When we hear words like woke and wokeness, we interpret that as being intelligent, being aware of what's going on in the world. What I want to separate is, I think I see your email. Your email came in right now. Again, I'll do this right now. What I want to make clear is there's a difference between being woke and being spiritually activated. What I mean by being woke versus being spiritually activated is you can be aware of what occurs in the world. You can be knowledgeable about what occurs in the world. But that doesn't necessarily activate you. You are not activated because you are aware of, let's just say, the plots and the plans that are being played against us. Because if you cannot defend yourself against these plots and these plans, what usefulness can you get out of being aware of these things? Let me give you an example of what I mean. An example would be, because everyone nowadays, everyone wants to say bad things about, let's just say, the politicians. I don't want to name drop anybody because again, that's when it get crazy. When you start name dropping, so I want to keep names out of it. Just the concept of, we are fully aware that the world is corrupt, that we have corrupt people in this world that are in power that do not have your best interests at heart. That is an absolute fact. Who will steal from you the little that you do have so that they can be more rich, wealthy, whatever you want to call it. So yes, we have these plans in play at all times. They are being played out in the law, which is what allows killing to happen without consequence. The law allows that to happen. So all of the things we see wrong in the world, it honestly is because the law makes it so. But what people do not understand about the law is not based in emotions. It's not even based on what's right or what's wrong. And this is what people confuse. The law is not based on morality. Because if the law was based on morality, then there would be a lot of things that should not be going on, but that are going on, and the law allows it to go on, because it is never about moralism. It is always about law. The best example I have is prostitution. I've said this before. Prostitution only becomes illegal if the city has more than 400,000 people. That's the law. The law doesn't say this is wrong and nobody should engage in this activity under any circumstances. It's not that cut and dry because it was never meant to be that cut and dry. What we begin to realize is more about where you are. The laws differ state to state, country to country. New York does not have the same laws that California has, and vice versa. So what you could get away with in one place could land you in jail somewhere else. Smoking a blunt, is just a casual experience at one place, but in certain places on the world, even the country, the United States country, the United States of America, there are still places that will criminalize you if you get caught doing something like that. So there is no cut and dry line when it comes to what is right and what is wrong, because we all are told to follow the law, which is not based in moralism. So when we spend all this time trying to decode and expose people for what they are doing in the world, they are allowed to participate in these activities because the law is behind them. In other words, police would not be killing people if they could not get away with it. If that was not a law, then they wouldn't be able to do it. It's literally that simple. It don't even have nothing to do with the people, because the people just go in accordance to the law. So if the law itself is corrupt, then that corrupts the people because they know they can get away with it. But the problem isn't the people, the problem is the law. Because the law allows this to occur. Once again, and the law is not based in morality. And it was never based in morality. That's why we see so much carnage in this world, so much savagery in this world. Because you have people who are doing things that are perfectly within the law, but they are able to exploit the loopholes within the law. And when they are able to exploit the loopholes in the law, it makes something that is deemed wrong right. Why? Because you can also, depending on if you're found guilty or innocent, because everyone has to be given their rights of just due. Everyone has to have their day in court. So you have to be proven that you did something wrong. And if they make one mistake, and I'm talking about the prosecutors, if they make one mistake, the whole case is in jeopardy, and essentially people get away with doing heinous things off of a mistake that the prosecutor made. And that's why they are very strategic in how they move, and most likely they don't arrest people until they have enough information to capture you and keep you captured. The demonic nature of this system will not change until the law changes. But the law does not change until it is granted permission. What do I mean? See, this is where we go beyond the physical. This is what no one else can talk about, because you got to be spiritually inclined to receive that level of information, that level of intelligence, rather, where you can look at what's going on in the stars and make sense of what's going on the earth. This is why we study as hard as we do. If you look at the image I have before you, you see it's a palm right there, and you have planetary symbols within that palm. So if you always, everyone's asked, why I'm always talking about, astrology, why I'm always talking about planets, why I'm always talking about zodiac. Because it's literally in every dimension of reality. You can't escape the occult. You can be fearful of the occult, but you cannot escape it. You cannot escape the occult. It is everywhere. And until you understand what you're looking at and how to properly forge your reality with the basis of the occult, then it's not going to ever make any sense. That's the difference between knowledge and understanding. You have, and this is essentially the whole premise of the video, we have many people who have knowledge. And that's what they consider woke, because you are aware. Knowledge is to be aware, is to know. So you have people who are in the know about what's going on in the world, about everything I've been speaking about, and so much more. So to be knowledgeable, essentially, is what they mean when they say woke or wokeness. It's just to be aware, to have your third eye activated. Understanding and overstanding. Again, these are words that were made up. That's why I don't want to use anyone else's terminology. Like understand and overstand, that's been around for a long time. And you know, that's someone else's language, that's someone else's lingo, and I don't want to confuse the people who may not be familiar. I am familiar with who originated those words, but everyone is not familiar. So I don't want to go in that direction and for the people who are not familiar. So I want to keep it on a level where we can speak on a universal level. So when it comes to knowledge and understanding, they are one and the same, but understanding is a higher octave of knowledge. If that helps you to understand it better. Knowledge and understanding are one and the same, but understanding is a higher octave of knowledge, just like Uranus is a higher octave of Mercury. When it comes to octaves, now we're talking music. Now we're talking real science. Now we're talking mathematics. Because now we begin to explore. Why are we so afraid of our own power? And what I mean by that is this. Whenever we are trying to expose, whenever we are trying to make sense of what is going on in the world, we always look outside of ourselves. For example, when we say the world, you know, it's terrible, we tend to verify that with external stimulation. We tend to look outside of our eyes and see, okay, things are corrupt, things are not as they should be. But that's because we don't have understanding. This is where the difference comes in. If you think the world is effed up, it's destroyed, that is because you have a lack of understanding. You have knowledge. You may even have wisdom, but you don't have understanding, because the understanding gives you the whole perspective. You're not just looking at the fucked up shit. And again, I'm trying to keep it, you know, family friendly, but it's impossible to do that because you know the type of conversations we have when we are here. It's impossible to understand knowledge if you don't link it back to yourself. What do I mean? That's why I have a palm in front of you and you see planetary symbols. This is how you bring it back to you. So now it's not just planets in the sky. It's not just constellations in the sky. You're talking about what's written on your own palm. Your destiny is already written on your palm. And because your destiny is already written on your palm, if you're trying to look outside of yourself, beyond your own palms to figure shit out, it's not going to work. Because the only thing you have to do is look at your own palm and understand what you're looking at, because you need to be able to interpret to do that. And that's how you know when you have understanding versus just being aware of something. It's when you can look at your own palm and get answers. Where you can use tarot cards and get answers. Because you understand how it works. You're not just aware of it, you understand it. There's many people aware of astrology. There's many people aware of the tarot. There's many people aware of numerology. There's many people aware of the Kabbalah. There's many people aware of all these secret sciences, the Hebrew alphabet, all these things that we talk about. But the understanding comes when you apply it. Do you actually make it walk and talk? Do you bring this dead information to life? Because astrology been around forever. All these secret sciences have been around forever. But they don't mean anything until you activate it. That's why you have people who don't believe in any of these phenomena. Anything extra physical, they don't subscribe to it. Because when something is extra physical, it is subjective. It's something that you have to experience on your own. And because you have to experience it on your own, from your own third eye, you have to look out from your own third eye. And because you have to look out through your own third eye, not what somebody else said, because that's mostly what we hear. In the so-called spiritual community, conscious community, it's just people who have heard something that is profound, but they can't explain anything to you. What do I mean? This is why we hear the same thing over and over and over and over again. That's why you don't see anything new. Who is talking anything that you haven't heard before? Who is saying like, yo, that's the first time I've ever heard that in my life? Who is having that effect on you? Because everybody's woke, everybody's conscious in 2020. We can just say that. We can say everybody. If you're not conscious in 2020, it's because you just more about money. That's it. There is no way that you are purposefully not conscious. You just don't want to be, because you're just concerned about worldly things. That's the only thing that's going to keep you out of the loop. Why? Because when you play in those worlds, you don't have time to do these things. When you play in worlds that you did not manifest yourself, how can you give yourself time to develop your understanding when you are not the god of your reality, because you're living in someone else's? Someone else has forged a reality and you're just a actor in someone else's fantasy. How are you giving yourself time to figure out your own destiny, your own fate? The only way for you to figure out your own destiny, your own fate, is to apply this science in real time, every day of your life, with no exception. To the point where it becomes you, there is no separation. You cannot separate me from these mysteries. They have given me new life. I feel that I am not who I was before I came in contact with the occult. It has completely created a metamorphosis within me, which is what gives me the ability to speak on it. Why? Because you see, I have almost 1,000 pieces of content. If we include the YouTube with my website, you got almost 1,000 pieces of content that you can consume. You're not going to be able to manifest that unless you have understanding, but understanding comes from giving yourself fully to the experience, where nothing else comes before this. Because you were born alone, you're going to die alone. The only thing you're taking with you is your intelligence, or your lack of intelligence, which creates reincarnation. People come back to this world because they don't be ready to go to the next. They are not ready to go to the next because they didn't develop themselves. You got to develop yourself internally to go to the next stage. You can't be all about, okay, I'm about to get all this money. Then you died and you didn't give any time to self. All it's going to do, okay, you got all that money, it got passed to someone else. Now you got to reincarnate. What did you really accomplish? But that's the trick. Everyone's concerned with the bag and trying to maximize their bag, when in reality, We all know that you can't take money with you. We all know this. We've all heard this before. We already know it ain't going with you. It don't matter what you manifested here, you ain't taking it with you. We've all heard this before. Yet, that seems to be what most people are concerned about. And that's why I say if you're not conscious, if you're not woke, it's because you don't want to be. It's not because there's a veil in front of your eyes. You're not worshiping an idol because you have no idea that this is not what you should be doing. That's not what's going on. What keeps people in the dead, what keeps people deaf and blind, is because they think that they are getting something out of the deal when they're not. And that's why I say it's the illusion of wokeness. Because what are you really getting out of it? What are people really getting out of being woke? By having intelligence. By saying, I know what's going on here. You can't fool me. But you're still talking about all external reality. It's not being applied inside. Because if it was being applied inside, you wouldn't care about what's going on outside of yourself. Because if we already know, okay, if reality is projected from the subconscious mind, shouldn't that be the goal? To influence your own subconscious mind, not to see what's going on with politicians or what's going on in the world or who's trying to pull us what scheme next. Why would that have any relevancy if the goal is internal illumination? That's what wisdom does. It illuminates you from the inside versus a bunch of people walking around with illuminated external realities where they can tell you everything about what's going on, but they can't tell you nothing about the invisible nature of reality. And that's essentially what I try to do here. I just try to explain what you cannot see, but you can influence the planets, the zodiacs. We don't see them, but you can influence it, whether it's through a person, a place, or a thing, because the planets influence all aspects of reality. There is nothing that the planets do not reach because we are dealing with invisible rays of light. So there is no one and nothing that the planets do not reach. And this is what we call karma. Like karma is like an inescapable pull, like magnetism. That is a magnetism of the planets. That is a magnetism that does not allow you to escape. The magnetism that forces you inside yourself. This is the only way to supersede the illusion, and you think that you're awake or you're woke, and you're not. It's an illusion cast in front of your eyes. How do I know? Because this is a 4-year, 2020, 2 plus 2 is 4. That's the energy of Rahu. Rahu is the immortal demon who is all about the ego. Rahu feeds the ego. And that's what's occurring in this year in particular. 2020 has been all about feeding people's ego. That's all we've been seeing is feeding of egos. And that's why I say there's not really nothing going on. No one is really manifesting new things. Because it's already been done. Or it hasn't seeped deep into the soul force. That's the thing. Now we're taking it a step further. Now we have to speak about the soul. Because the soul is the only thing that's actually real. It's not the physical body. We know the physical body fades. Once the spirit leaves your body, the physical body fades. But what doesn't fade is the soul force. The soul is what reanimates itself, recharges itself. It is what lives on. And it is intangible. It cannot be destroyed, like we already know, right? Energy cannot be created or destroyed. We already know this. That seems like the soul. The soul can't be created or destroyed. But that may contradict religion. Because religion told you that, let's just say God, through the breath. If we're talking about Adam and Eve, according to the story, we were created and God blew the breath into Adam's lungs and animated, so on and so forth. This is what we're told. This is what we're taught. That we are creations from a creator. But I challenge you to think further. That you are more so extensions of a creator instead of creations of a creator. That's the difference. That one little thing will help level out the playing field. You are not a creation of a creator. You are an extension of the creator. You are the creator in physical form from a certain perspective. There is no separation. That's where we get as above, so below. But you see, the further we go back into the real science, the 7 universal laws, hermetics, it doesn't say anything about a God creating anything. Remember, religion is recent. Before the 3 major religions, what do we have? Before religion, what do we have? We had the occult. The only thing that took us away from the occult is religion. Because religion put fear in you, so you stay away from what you fear. And what do people fear more than anything else? Right? We know where this goes. We know where this goes. We know where this goes. This is why I have this in the first place. This is why you see this imagery. This is the thing that most people are afraid of. The Satan, the Lucifer, the devil, whatever you want to call it. However, this is a living intelligence. That's why you had the devil card in a tarot deck. I think it's actually here. I think it's actually here. Yeah, here it is right here. That's one of the universes. So what people are afraid of is a real intelligence. However, just because this intelligence is sinister or clip-offic, if we want to speak about the tree of death, if we want to speak about the archdevils, I guarantee you ain't heard about them, archdevils, because you got to study to get that far. Like archdevils, what is that? I guarantee most people don't know what archdevils are, how to access them, because we don't speak about them. And because people are not really studying, how they gonna know that they even exist? But the devil can be considered a archdevil. What do I mean? Like you have archangels, you have archdevils. Why? Because we have polarity in the world, but no one speaks about the archdevils. That ain't even a phrase we use. We speak about the devil, but we don't speak about the archdevils, plural. We may speak about jinn, we may speak about the Goetia, we may speak about other demons, but we ain't speaking about archdevils. Why? I already did it. I already typed it in YouTube, ain't nobody coming up. I already did the prior research. You ain't gonna see nobody that's going into the signs of archdevils. There's very few or very little information that is being presented. Why? Because you actually got to go deeper than what somebody can tell you. Meaning someone has to manifest that by digging into scholarship that has been hidden from the world. We already know you want to hide something from people, put in the books. We've heard that already. So if you're not reading books, then how are you discovering new shit? There's no way for you to discover anything new if you ain't reading, because everything has already been discovered already. We just don't have access to the information because we can't read the language. If we could read glyphs, we would know secrets. If we can read French, because most of the occult works are not in English. They are in French, Russian, or German. So the real occult works have not even been translated yet. It hasn't even been translated yet. There's so much information that hasn't even been translated. But you got people who can speak these languages and read these languages, but you don't see them doing anything with it. So, the only way to activate and to understand these energies, because if the devil card is a part of the tarot, that means it is a living intelligence. So what people fear is something real, but it has nothing to do with temptation. See, that's the difference. That's the difference. When we hear about the devil from a religious perspective, we hear about this is a spirit that tempts you to do wrong. However, the image that I am showing you is more so the Baphomet. The image I'm showing you is called the Baphomet. And when we see the devil, it's also showing the Baphomet. So it's showing a certain aspect of the devil. But people don't know that. People don't know that. People can't differentiate Baphomet from the devil, from Satan, from Lucifer. People think this is all the same thing, but it's not. How do I know this? I will prove it to you right now, because these words came into existence at different times. So Lucifer can't be Satan, can't be Baphomet, can't be. All these words came into existence at different time periods. But let me, because I got the computer right here, I'm going to look it up right now so I can give you right and exact detail so that we can just understand what we are dealing with here. So that we don't get cast under a spell, thinking that we're getting something and we're getting nothing at all. That's what the ego does. That's what the ego does. The ego makes you believe that you're getting something for nothing. Right? Exactly. Etymology. Yeah, all you got to do is look up etymology. It gives you the dates. Why? Because ain't no one else going to break this down to you. Why everyone else is afraid, here I am. I'm going to break it down to you. Because there's no fear. And if you have fear, you're wasting your time. And I just showed you, see the tarot. This is a real energy. People have a real fear, but they have no understanding of the fear that they have. So here I am attempting to give you clarity of what this energy actually is. Well, this energy will crush you. The reason why people are afraid of this energy, because it will crush you. It will crush you. But that's only if you're not on your game. It just keeps you on your toes. Life is a test. We ain't here just to fucking have fun. This is all this is. Capricorn is ruled by Saturn, and Saturn is the harshest planet in the solar system. Saturn gives you that tough love. That's it. So of course the devil would manifest from Saturn. Obviously Saturn, Satan, one and the same. So yes, Capricorn is the manifestation of Saturn or Satan. Baphomet is a manifestation of Satan, yes. And that just represents the harshness of reality. But if you are in tune with that harshness, that's what I'm saying. If you are in tune with the law and you understand that the law is not based on moralism, then you have a greater understanding of how to circumnavigate these loops of reality or in reality. Portal jumping, quantum leaping, this is all exploitation of loopholes, invisible loopholes that you have to discover on your own. But let me give you some etymology before we move on. Because I also, of course, I want to do a tarot reading and just allow the spirit to speak for itself. But I just want to give you a basis here. So, if we look up Satan, let's see if we can find the date here. Okay. So based on etymology, Let me turn this down a bit. So the earliest the devil has come up, I'm seeing, is from 1200. So the 11th century. So the word devil has been around since the 11th century. But what about Lucifer? Where does that come from? Lucifer is more connected with Satan. So Lucifer came into existence around 1650. So that's the 15th century. Right? Lastly, we looked up devil, we looked up Lucifer. What about Satan? So I'm just letting it be known there is hundreds of years between these words coming into existence. There's hundreds of years in between these words. Things like Satanist has been around since 1550. So Satanist has been around since 1550. Satanic has been around since 1667. Satanism has been around since 1560. And we know now these are medieval times. So that means the manifestation of Satan was manifested in medieval times. Medieval times when the Moors were in charge of Spain. Because the Moors were in charge of Spain from 700 AD to 1400 AD. So this is the Middle Ages. This is when Europe was resurrected from the Dark Ages. The Moors came in after the fall of Rome. The Moors came in, civilized the people, and gave them culture. So that's why when we go to Spain today, when we go to Europe today, those are the manifestations of the Moors. The works they put in, it's all documented, it's all there. Just read the book. What is the name of the book? I have the book. Give me a second. I want to actually give you the name of the book, so for people who want extra information, you can have a reference point. So you don't think I'm just saying all these things. So let me give you a reference point before we move on to the actual reading. So I would do a reading, and I would do a reading in the form of the Baphomet. So I would channel Baphomet, and I would draw cards, and I would speak as a medium of Baphomet, and we'll see what comes up. Okay, the book is called The Golden Age of the Moors. So it just came to me, so I didn't have to look it up. So it's called The Golden Age of the Moors for those who want to explore that history. So what I'll do now, I will do a tarot spread. And again, I will channel the energy of Baphomet and see what is the message from the Baphomet. And for those who are not familiar with the Baphomet was created by Eulyptus Levi, who Aleister Crowley said he was the reincarnation of, for those who have really dug into the history about this. So we already know Aleister Crowley was deemed the wickedest man on the planet or on the earth, right? So this is the energy that's associated with that. That's why you see on that devil card, you see two slaves chained. Why do you see two slaves chained? You also see the devil, he has as above, so below, right? It's the same posture, but he has a torch in one hand, and he's still doing that same symbol with his hands. This is highly symbolic. You see, it's the same human torso, then has the animalistic legs. It's the same imagery. So you know, okay, this is not the devil, this is not Satan, this is not Lucifer. No, this is Baphomet. because the symbolism shows you and lets you know exactly what you're dealing with. Because if you look at the same postures, you know that, okay, this comes from the same origin. You see the devil has wings. You see wings on the Baphomet. You see wings on both of these images. You see the torch on both of these images. The torch is just on the head of this image here. So if you look at the actual head, let me just move this here. If you look at the actual head, there's the torch. So the torch is just right at the head instead of in the hand. So let me actually show you this closer. Okay? So we see the Baphomet, as above, so below. He has the torch, upside down torch. All these are symbolic. You see the inverted pentagram at the third eye. Oh, slid down, put it right back. You see the inverted pentagram at the third eye area. Then the male has a fire tail, and the woman has the tail of grapes. All this is highly symbolic, and we don't even have to get into all of the symbolisms, but just to show that this came from the mind of an occultist, not a mind of a religious man or a religious woman, the mind of an occultist. So you must have an occult mind to decode what these symbols are conveying to you. What are these symbols really trying to convey? So when people say that they feel like, oh, the devil has a magnetic pull on them and it's influencing you to do all wrong things, well, of course, when you look at the imagery and you don't understand the symbolism, if you just take this on face value, it probably looks very demonic, very sinister. It looks, very like it's about to be some shit that goes down if you take it on face value. But let me show you how the devil looks from different perspectives, because I have a couple different tarot decks here. So let me show you how this looks from various perspectives so that we can get a full idea of what we're dealing with here. So that, again, I show this image, a lot of my videos just to give a broader understanding of this so that people don't get the wrong idea about what's actually going on here. It ain't blood sacrifices, children being cut up. There's none of that going on. This is strictly magical. This is strictly mentalism. And if you can understand the symbolism behind the mentalism, then you begin to comprehend what's really being conveyed to your consciousness. And then that's when wokeness really begins to activate, when symbolism like this doesn't scare you away because it speaks to deeper elements or aspects of your own mind. So you are not afraid of yourself. But let me show you the devil from various perspectives. So I'll show you it from the Egyptian perspective. It's an Egyptian deck. All right. Just to give you a glance with what you're working with here. Let's find the devil card. So again, as you have different decks, it shows you different angles of the same thing. So if you don't really understand this symbolism, you have different decks that will show you different symbols. As we see, here's a magician. Again, the imagery is always so beautiful with the tarot cards, of course. The high priestess, this is the energy of the moon. And you see the moon is connected to Gamel. That's why you see the little camel there. Gamel represents the camel. That's a Hebrew letter, Gamel, connected to the camel. So this is, is connecting you to the Hebrew as well. Wheel of Fortune. This is the energy of Jupiter. The energy of Pluto, the god Osiris, resurrected from the dead. Sagittarius, Taurus. There's a devil. So what do we see here? Right? So this gives us more of a Egyptian perspective. So now you don't see them chained up, but you see the god Set. So the red god is god Set. You also see Apep. That giant snake in the background is called Apep. So Set is seated on the throne of Apep, who represents pure chaos. Apep is pure chaos. Set, you know, people say Set is chaos, but it's really Apep, because Set has to fight Apep when he journeys through the underworld with Ra. So Set is the only one powerful enough to tame the serpentine force of Apep, or Kundalini. So Set, it is through Set that we tame Kundalini. And yes, he is holding the caduceus, absolutely. His finger is also as above, so below, if you see it. As above, so below. One finger is pointed down, the other one is pointed up. So it's showing you the same symbolism. It also shows you here. You see his finger is pointed down, while she is grasping her hands together, right? And you see the tail of the serpent in front of them. So, of course, this is highly symbolic. The ion, absolutely. You know, yeah, for those who study the Hebrew. Again, that's more for the website. I speak more about the Hebrew on the website. Exactly, the ion, which connects you to Capricorn. Ion represents the eye of insight, and that's why you see the eye. That's the eye of insight, the Hebrew letter ion. Right? Let me show you this from a different perspective. Right? So we got it from this perspective. Got it from this perspective. Now let's see a different perspective here. I actually have, let me get another perspective. Okay. Now I have a goddess deck. You know, this is more so obviously for the women. You know, so I have the deck for the women. So we're gonna find the devil. So obviously we see, you know, this is more light-hearted deck. You know, for those who are, you know, into you know the East and all that. You see, so on and so forth. So all of the goddesses from around the world, essentially, this is what this deck is all about. This is for Scorpio right here. Let me show you that. So this is the energy of death from the goddess perspective. And that's the name of the deity right there. So you see, she's channeling the spirit. You see, she's channeling, that's what the Scorpio do, right? And some Scorpio shit, you see, she got the herb right there, you know, smoking on that weed or whatever it may be, the shaman, right? Conducting that shamanism. But let's go to the devil. Just give me you a quick perspective of these things, so that you can see how different cultures represent this same energy. It's the same energy, but it has a different representation. No, let me see. I'm not even sure what deity is connected with the devil in this deck, but we'll find out. Here it is, the 15th trump, temptation. So this would be the devil in the goddess deck. And that's how you spell her name at the bottom. So you see if it's the 15th, you see that X and that V at the top, so that's 15. So you know it's the devil. The 15th trump is the devil card. So this is a devil. She's like a mermaid, right? This is a mermaid, and we know mermaids are not always nice. There are several mythology stories about mermaids killing people, luring them into the waters and killing them. So mermaids are not just all exactly the sirens. You see, yeah, you got some studiers in here. The sirens, exactly. The devil is depicted as a siren in the goddess deck. Now, let's look at it from a different perspective. Let's take out the Thoth deck, the Book of Thoth. We should be familiar with these. And in this particular deck, the devil looks like this. In this particular case, we see the symbol of Capricorn at the bottom. We also see the Hebrew letter Ion, which is down here. So this is the Hebrew letter Ion, and that is the symbol of Capricorn. So we see those there. So in this particular case, we see a different story. We see the caduceus, we see that third eye, we see the rings of Saturn. Exactly, pole going in, exactly. You see the sexual orientated folks here, y'all see that. It look like a pair of dick and balls. There it is, exactly. Exactly, for my cardinal folks out there, this is a card for you. And for all my cardinal folks, this is for you. If you immediately saw dick and balls, this is for you. But what is it conveying? This represents transmuting lower energies into higher energies. The lower energy of the sexual experience and converting that into spiritual insight. Just to quickly sum it up, converting what's happening in those balls, that sexual tension, and raising that energy up through the rings of Saturn, through Satan, bringing that sexual currency up through Satan, through the goat, so that you gain that spiritual insight. That spiritual insight is gained from manipulating what's going on in that ball sack, that prostate gland, or the testes or the ovaries. And yes, fear is definitely a drug because it's chemically based. When we feel emotions, chemicals are being secreted into our bloodstream. That's how that works. Emotions are chemically based. That's why this process is alchemical. That's why it's called alchemy, because you're actually manipulating the chemical balance in your body. That's how people look different. When you begin to get deeper into this knowledge, it changes the way you look because you're changing your own chemistry, where you become the alchemist, changing your body, where you become the symbol of your work. So Saturn is a root chakra? Yes. Saturn can be connected to the root chakra. Yes, it can. So when you are the embodiment of your works, when you say, yeah, I am an occultist, I'm an alchemist, and look at my works, look at me, I am the ultimate symbol. When you become the ultimate symbol, it ain't about what you can show physically. It's about you. People can just look at your aura. They can detect you like, yo, you definitely have some type of chemical difference going on within you. And they may not be able to touch it to be able to explain why, because it's occult. All right. Now we're going to look at it from a different perspective. Now, the final perspective we have here, we have the Goetic deck. The deck for the Goetia, the 72 Goetia. All right. So this is the back side. This is one of the extra cards. For those who understand the Kabbalah, you should understand this. You see, it has Hebrew letters, right? So again, this is more advanced. But this is not what we're looking for. I'm just showing you the back of the card. But let me pull out Lucifer for you. So, exactly, Solomon. Exactly. Here's Lucifer. As we see, the devil is there. You see the 15, you see the X and the V. And this is the extra card. So this is not the main card. This is an extra card. But you see the same thing, as above, so below. You see the wings. You see the horns. You're seeing the same imagery. You also have the seal of Lucifer at the top. That's why it says Lucifer. So you see the devil right there. But the devil in this case is Lucifer. And that is the seal of Lucifer right there, which is very powerful for all the dark lords. There you go. But let me show you the alternative version of this card. Well, no, this is the alternative version, so let me show you the main version. So again, I'm just giving you different perspectives here. How, depending on what culture you are studying, it's going to show you a different aspect of the same energy. So when you study the same energy from different perspectives, you get the full scope of things. Here's the main card. So we see the devil, Lucifer, the seal, the star on top of the head, the wings, the seal. I believe that's Latin words, a Latin grave. So obviously Lucifer is more of the light bearer, so that's why we see more of the light bearer imagery here. Right, so let me just put that over here now. So these all are showing us various perspectives of the same energy. And the more we understand about this energy, the more we can incorporate it without fear, so that it doesn't create a chemical imbalance within you. It actually creates a chemical balance within you. The only time a chemical imbalance is created is when we do not understand what we are doing, what we are dealing with. But the tarot is a perfect tool to help you comprehend the energies that you are awakening, the energies that you are invoking and evoking. Because once you understand the symbolism, it's the symbolism that affects the subconscious mind. So the symbolism is most important. It's more important than the story itself. The symbolism is more important than the story itself. So the more you study symbols, the deeper you go, because the subconscious mind only understands symbols. You can't talk English to your subconscious mind, but you can talk Hebrew to your subconscious mind. You can talk Latin to your subconscious mind. You can talk the Hindi language or Sanskrit. You can communicate with your Kemetic tongue. So, I believe the point has been made where no one is really explaining this side of the occult, even if they say that they are occultists, that they say that they are conscious, that they say that they are woke. But who is explaining to you the energy of the devil? Because they still must think that it's a negative force. That's why they don't speak about it. Or they may be afraid how people may interpret what they are speaking about. There's a blockage, because if you are not connected with this energy, you are not whole and you are not complete. You can't be completely godly and neglect the devil. Why? Because they are one and the same. But religion has you thinking that one is positive, one is negative. But the Baphomet shows the energy of androgyny. The Baphomet is, you see, it has masculine principles and feminine principles. That's why you see breast on the Baphomet. It's not just masculine, it's masculine and feminine. That's why you see a man and a woman. So if the Baphomet isn't depicting breast, you see a man or a woman. It still represents the idea of androgyny. And the reason it represents the idea of androgyny is because we are that. We are both positive and negative. We are both masculine and feminine. Don't matter what your gender is, we are still a combination of both. It's all about what is the balance between the estrogen and the testosterone. What is the balance? If there's more masculine and less feminine, then you're going to have a vigorous man. If there's more feminine and less masculine, then you're going to have a more receptive man, a more spiritual man. The only difference is a chemical balance. That's it. That's the only difference. So when you see people, places, and things, it's just all about a chemical balance. So we are talking about the root chakra, because now that we have explained, the Baphomet takes you to the root chakra. This is the first degree. If we go by the science of you start at the root chakra and you go up, for those who subscribe to that, even though you guys know I've never said that, I've always said from top down. I've said that from years ago. 6 years ago, I've said that. But we still got people from, start at the root, go at the crown. So if that's the way you want to work, this is the first energy that you're introduced to. This is the first degree that you must master if you're going from bottom to top. Versus this is the last degree you master. If you're going from top down, then Baphomet is the last degree instead of the first degree. What difference would that make? The difference it makes is this is hard to consume when you don't have anything before it. When this is the very first thing you study, it's too much going on. This is too much for this to be the very first thing you start with. That's why I never subscribe to you start at the root and you go up to the crown. But if you start at the crown and go down to the root, you're starting at the sun and you end at Saturn instead of starting at Saturn and ending up at the sun, because the crown chakra will be the sun. So if you're going from bottom to top, you're starting at the planet Saturn and making your way towards the sun. But that seems like what religious people are all about, right? Like they say, like, oh, you're born a sinner and you're trying to redeem yourself. That's their whole philosophy. Is it not their whole philosophy? We're born into sin, we're negative, we're dirty, we're grimy, and we're trying to redeem ourselves. We're trying to make our way back to the sun. That's how religion puts it. That's how it's labeled. So we got to pray every day. We got to go to church. That's the whole premise. That's the whole premise. That you're running away from this negative force that's hard to control. And the only thing that can control it is the godly force. So you gotta activate your crown chakra to control it. Well, that makes more sense if you start at the crown and end at the roots. Because if you start at the crown, now you start with cosmic intelligence instead of ending with cosmic intelligence. That's where most people are. Because most people have no sense of cosmic intelligence. But they got all the sense of the worldly intelligence. Versus me, I'm always speaking about the cosmic intelligence. I'm always speaking about the invisible. I'm always speaking about the unknown and less about what's obvious. Because I'm like, I don't need to speak about what's obvious. You got everyone else speaking about that because they're not connected to the cosmic intelligence. So if they're not connected to the cosmic intelligence, why would I just repeat what they say? And that's why I don't really like making videos about current events. Everyone else is doing that. It's easy to talk about current events when you're not connected to the cosmos. That's hard to do when you got to look at a natal chart and decode it. That takes work versus you just read news articles and you just repeat whatever the articles are saying. That doesn't challenge you You're challenged when you got to figure it out, when it's not obvious, when it's invisible, when you start in the invisible plane and make it to the earthly plane, where your destination is planet Earth versus your destination is the planet Sun, because this is a difference. Saturn is all about harshness, whereas the Sun is all about harmony. But we've all heard before, you can't even manifest from a sense of lack. You can't do nothing from a sense of lack. So how are you starting at the root chakra? How are you starting with Satan? And that's the first degree you master? But this is where harshness occurs. This is not where you find stillness. This is not where you find peace. You find that with the Sun. To me, it makes more sense for you to go through the planets and you end up at Saturn, where you go through the Sun, you go through the Moon, you go through Venus, you go through Mars, you go through Jupiter, then you hit Saturn. And Saturn is the final degree versus the first degree, and you're trying to make your way to the Sun. Because if this is the most feared energy, if this is the most uncontrollable energy, why would you start here? Why would the root chakra be the first chakra that needs to be leveled out? Well, their excuse would be, well, this is where all the chaos is. You need to level out that chaos. Because if it is Saturn, if Saturn is all about harshness, you need to level out that harshness. But to me, the way to level out the harshness is with the opposite. You're not even working with the opposite because you ain't made it there yet. You can say the Sun is the opposite of Saturn because they're opposites of each other. Where the crown chakra versus the root. To me, it just makes more sense to deal with the root after you have connected with cosmic intelligence. Because to me, that makes sense as an alchemist, where you learn how to read the stars first. Then you look at what's going on the planet, because it's as above, so below. We already know that. So if you can't read the stars and you're just strictly reading, or interpreting what's going on the physical plane, you're only getting half of the story, maybe even 25% of the story. There's so much that's still hidden that can only be decoded once you have cosmic intelligence. That's where you discover all of the invisible forces of reality versus what you can see, what you can feel, and what you can touch. While most people are trying to find out how the world works, the world is being destroyed as we know it. Just imagine. Anybody who said they knew how the world works, why didn't they warn you before this happened if they fucking know so much? Why was there no warning? Why didn't anybody warn you if they fucking know it all about the earth and how it moves, how it rotates? How did no one see this shit coming? How did this catch everybody off guard since motherfuckers is going to college for years, 10 years, 12 years? Doctors, scientists, these are supposed to be the best fucking people, qualified people in the world. But they can't tell you about this, and there's still no cure for the disease, and it probably won't be. Because it seems to me like these people were lying. They're not telling you the truth. They don't know it all. It seems to me like they're waiting for you to talk about it. They're waiting for me to make a video. They're waiting for you to make a video. They waiting to see what you think about it. That's why I be getting, all the resistance on my channel, and I'm sure a lot of people get resistance on their channel. Why? Because they're waiting for you to open your mouth to see what you're thinking. That's more important. That's why they have all the censorship on YouTube now and on all these different platforms where, the fact checks, and now you can't just post anything. Now you got to get fact checked. The whole purpose and premise of that is they're trying to say that they know more than you. Who is going to check your facts? Because your facts If it's based on cosmic intelligence, then you ain't got nothing to worry about. But it's not, because most people, again, cannot read the stars. They can't interpret the stars. So they have to rely on the news media to know what's going on in the world. But if they manipulate the article, how do you really know what's going on? The only way for you to know what's really going on, and you don't have to worry about manipulation, is studying the stars. Because the stars don't lie. People may lie all day, every day, but the stars are not going to lie. So if you learn how to read the stars, which is always telling the truth, you become less dependent on what the world has to offer you, because you already know. Because it's as above, so below. If you already studied the stars, the earth is not a mystery to you anymore. But everyone wants to study the earth and leave the stars a mystery. And again, that comes from going from the bottom to the top, where your goal is to understand the stars, instead of that being the first point. That's why astrology just teaches you about the stars. That's why you start with that. That's why I'm always talking about astrology first. Then I use the astrology to describe whatever else is going on in the world. I always start with the occult first, not last, first. Because this is what's actually real. These are the invisible currencies that we have to deal with, that we have to tame. That's why these things have to be explained, because no one else is explaining it. Everyone else is telling you, okay, start at the root and go up. I'm the only one that's saying start at the crown and go to the root. And I can explain to you why. Because I have taken so much time to contemplate on these things. Like, why are you starting from the crown? Well, not the crown, the root. I've taken time to study. I'm like, well, okay, what's really going on here? Then you see, after you study, you figure out, oh, this is not supposed to be that way. It makes sense to the average person. Okay, you start at the bottom and go up. But that's the same thing they said about the pyramids. See, this is where it gets deeper. They also told you that the pyramids was built from the bottom up, but they can't explain to you how they did it. The ancient sources tell us that it was built from the top down. But then people ask, how the fuck is that possible? How do you build something from the top down? It makes more sense if you built it from the bottom up. But if it was so simple, then we would be able to explain it. It wouldn't be a mystery. Okay, they simply put these bricks together and they glued them up from bottom to top. But why is it not that simple? Why is it still mysteries? Why is it still all these questions that hasn't been answered yet? Why? If it's just that cut and dry, if it's just all about going from the bottom to the top, why is it so much mystery? Because it obviously is not that simple. It's just like saying the Baphomet is simple. You can look at it on the surface, oh, that's the devil, it's wrong, I'm going to stay away from it. That's when you simplify it. But when you actually seek to understand it, it changes you. You are changed. When you study reality, it changes you. When you integrate yourself with the Baphomet, that changes you. Because this is why it's called alchemy. Alchemy changes you from the inside out. Alchemy changes you from the inside out. They be twisting the whole truth. They only twist it because you don't know it. Or we don't know it. They can twist it because we're still relying on them for news. But we don't have to. When we learn how to read the stars, we don't have to rely on them. So fuck their lies. That's the thing. No one is talking about that. Everyone is trying to decode the lies instead of telling people, well, how do you supersede the lies? It's one thing to try, okay, this person said this, but that's not what they mean. But how do you supersede it to the point where the lie doesn't matter? This is where I'm trying to get people to, where the lies don't matter. People are so caught up with the lies, like the lies matter. They only matter when you are not connected to the cosmos, because you don't have nothing to pour from. So you gotta hang on to every word that they say and every deed that they do and all of the misery in this world, because that's all they put in your face. If you turn on the news, all they're gonna put in your face is misery. They're not gonna put like, oh, the world is actually okay. You know, the actual planet is fine. The people on top of the planet may not know what the fuck is going on, but the planet is actually fine. But you will never hear that. Why? Because they want to push fear. Because they know you can't read the stars, so you can't say, okay, well, where did they get this from? Because I've already showed you guys how to predict the future with astrology. I've showed you the predictions. I gave predictions and I was right. I did all that back in June. I gave predictions and they came true. Because astrology allows us to do that. Astrology allows us to make predictions and they be true. Because you're reading something real. How can you predict something that hasn't happened yet? The occult allows you to do that. Because somewhere it has happened already. Remember, light takes time to travel to us. So all these lights we see in the sky have taken time to get to us. Those lights can already be dead by the time they actually reach us, because there may be millions of miles in between that light and us. So even though we look up in the sky, we see light, that may not be a reflection of the here and now. That's just a reflection of time, the time that the speed of light takes to travel to us. The speed of light travels at 186,000 miles per hour. You times that by millions of miles. But that's why it's called light years. Light years is based on that equation. The speed of light traveling at 186,000 miles per hour. That's the speed of light. So when you are moving faster than the speed of light, you can manipulate time. You manipulate time by moving faster than light. Obviously, you can't physically move faster than light, but we can think faster than light, because when you think, it's instant. You can think instantly. So that means thoughts are faster than the speed of light. We can think faster than the speed of light. That's why they say thoughts become things. That's the same way of saying light travels. So by the time the light actually reaches you, that's what manifestation is. It's the manifestation of light when the light actually reaches you. But the source is internal. So we have this blackened eternal light that we are seeking to give birth to make invisible light tangible light. That's the process of manifestation, to make invisible light, because everything is light. There's nothing that's not light. And before light, you got magnetism and electricity and ether. That produces light. Magnetism, electricity, and ether produces light. Ether is the space in which light travels. That's how that works. So manifestation is just the crystallization of light. But that light starts off darkened. That's what dark matter is. That's what dark energy is. Everything starts in the dark. Everything starts inside of you. So the desire is inside of you, and you are seeking to materialize the light within. Manifestation is materialization of the light within. The darkened light has become tangible. It's as simple as that. But you see, most spiritual people are not scientifically based, because they feel it's a separation, and it's not. The world was designed to cast that illusion that spirituality and science are not the same. They are the same. But the scientists and the spiritualists don't merge together to keep that illusion going. But there is no separation between science and magic. It's one and the same. There's no difference. There's no difference between magic and science. Science is just describing what is occurring. Magic is the what is occurring, and science is you are describing what is occurring. So if you are able to describe what is occurring, that's science. Science just gives you description of what is. The magic is what is, the science is the description of what is. So all you're doing is giving description to what you're doing, the materialization of light. You're just describing that, and we have described that as manifestation. But I guarantee, I am the first one to say it like that. I guarantee ain't no one else going to explain that to you in the way I just did. Because this took an original thought to manifest. And the reason you don't hear this from other people because they're not thinking like this. Why? They don't have cosmic intelligence. So all they're going to do is just tell you about what's going on in the world, and that's the beginning, middle, and end of it. And again, I'm just striving to show you greater heights, that you are not dependent on the news. You're not dependent on the earth. You're not dependent on what other people say, what other people think. It's all about that internalized light that you are seeking to manifest. That's what truly makes a difference. That's what makes you an alchemist when you can materialize light. How can you say you're an alchemist if you can't materialize light? And light is just intelligence. So whether you are speaking intelligence or you are living intelligence, when you are the living embodiment of what you speak, there's one thing to speak about light. There's another thing when you are the living embodiment of light. And that's what Lucifer is. Lucifer is a living embodiment of light. That's why it's called, or he is called, the light bearer, the bearer of light. He himself is the bearer. That's what most people don't realize. The light bearer is Lucifer himself. We are light bearers because we bear light. So it's just talking about you as the bearer of light in physical form, because it's speaking about Saturn, and Saturn is all about the harsh truth, the harshness of materializing light in the physical plane. It's not easy to do. Why? Because you got to start at the cosmic consciousness, and that is the result. This is why most people have such a hard time trying to tame this Baphomet energy, because that's exactly what they go. They go directly into that Baphomet without tapping into the cosmic consciousness first, so that they can explain the process to themselves, not nobody else. If you don't understand the process yourself, how do you know if you're going in the right direction? But that's what the tarot is for. The tarot shows us the alchemical process. From the Fool to the universe. That's alchemy. The process is right there in the tarot cards. The Fool is the first trump, and the universe is the 22nd. From zero to 21. All tarot decks go from 0 to 21. The major arcana is 0 to 21. It's called the major arcana because arcana means secrets. The major secrets. That's it, the major secrets. Major secrets, not minor secrets, major secrets. Which are the 10 planets and 12 zodiac signs. Cosmic intelligence. That's what the major arcana is, cosmic intelligence. You understanding those 10 planets and those 12 zodiac signs. Or those 12 constellations. And from that basis, do you understand the more harsher realities? That's how it goes. But again, most people just use tarot cards to read fortunes. They're not unlocking the cosmic intelligence. But even Aleister Crowley said that about the tarot. The wickedest man on the earth, even he said. Most people just use this as you know, just playing games, and it is just it's base. It's all basic. But the alchemist knows that this is alchemy. Exactly. That's how they get crushed before even knowing what's up. Exactly. Because they're listening to people who are not based in reality. It's as simple as that. Anybody who's telling you you need to start at the bottom and rise to the top, and you wonder why it's taking so long to get there, why it's like impossible to get there, why it's like everybody is at the bottom trying to fight to the top. You're just like everybody else doing that shit. Instead, you can start at the top and manifest yourself at the bottom that we call earth. As above, so below. Your soul is infinite, but your body is temporary. So you have to manifest the soul force through your physical vessel. That's what it means from top down, from the spirit to the body, from the astral to the physical. So how in the fuck are you starting from the bottom if your astral body is created first? That's science. Your astral body is created first, then your physical body. Your physical body is based on your astral body. So how in the fuck are you starting at the root chakra? And that's where your most dense form is. But that's, our whole industry is built around that. When you have problems, what do? They start working on your body. They don't never work on your spirit. That's what they do in the East. That's what pranayama is for. That's what qigong is for. But we don't acknowledge any of that here in the West. We don't acknowledge psychic healing and psychic surgeries. None of that is acknowledged here. We barely even acknowledge energy, that's even a thing. So that's why whenever people have problems, they automatically start working on their physical body. They're telling you, here, pop these pills. You need to get this surgery. You need to go in and get this scan. It's just all physical based. When the nature of the problem is in the astral body. I see the $13 donation from Phoenix Rising. I appreciate that very much. Because we know how real this get, and we know the 13th degree is the energy of what? Scorpio, the energy of death. The 13th trump, the 13th major arcana is the energy of death. That's Scorpio. That's the Hebrew letter Nun. Just to give the correspondence there. You see, when you have this in you, you already know. You see, I didn't have to research that. I didn't have to look it up. I just studied the tarot, so I already knew what the 13 is. I already know. I know each of the major arcana by heart. I know all this already because this is all I do is study. If I'm not making videos, I'm studying. So you see, when I do come back and make videos, I got something to say. And not the same thing I said last time. I got something new to say. I got a new revelation to give you because I've been studying, trying to gain an original understanding, not trying to figure out what other people mean by what they're saying. And again, that's why I wanted to make the video of do not get confused thinking that you're woke, thinking that you're consciousness, and you haven't even hit the cosmic intelligence. You have not hit those major secrets yet. You have to master the master or the major secrets. Because it's all alchemy. That means every degree of the tarot is for you to master it. You have 78 dimensions of the tarot. You have 78 angles of the tarot. You have 78 dimensions to life because the tarot embodies all of life. As above, so below. Everything is embodied within the tarot. You got 78 angles to study from. Which of those 78 angles represents you? Can't nobody else tell you that. That's something you have to find on your own. But it has to be committed to heart. I hit the major secrets 2 nights in a row, awakened my creator self. Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Because if I ask you to explain more, could you do that? Because if you say you did it, I want you to prove it. What is your name? Vision Cut? I can give you the number right now. I can give you the number right now. I will type the number in right now. Call up and speak. If you really know. Because if you know, then you deserve to be heard. If you say you tapped into your creator self, then you deserve to be heard. All you gotta do is speak. You got the floor. In the meantime, you have to commit these things to your memory. Why? Because you're not gonna always have a tarot deck on you. You may not always want to bring a tarot deck. So those 78 angles, have to be within you already. Meaning every tarot card has a deeper meaning. I talked about the major secrets. Then you have the minor secrets, which are more complex than the major secrets. Because now you're dealing with court cards. Now you're dealing with knights, queens, princes, and princesses. Now you're dealing with aces. Now you're dealing with the 36 deacons. It gets even more complex. But the reason it's called minor secrets is earthly secrets. These are the secrets of the earth. So it's not the secrets of the stars, it's the secrets of the earth. And the earth is more complex. That's why the earth seems chaotic. And the stars seem harmonized, but everything on earth, it seems like it's chaotic. So, and yes, people who claim to be woke are feeding their egos. I spoke about that earlier. This is a year of feeding your ego. 2020, break it down to the 4, which takes you to Rahu. Rahu is all about feeding the ego. So yeah, this year has been, again, just look at anybody. They have been feeding their egos, not their spirits. But that's why I told you. Who the fuck else gave you the warning? Who told you about COVID before it happened? All these people with all this education, all this knowledge. But it seems to me like the only person that was putting you up on game is me. The one who is one with the Baphomet. Not the one that's one with God. The one with Baphomet. I was making videos talking about, yo, you need to, it's already documented. The 2020 download came out in February. The first time I started talking about this stuff, February of this year, before it even popped off. I released a video, the 2020 download, in February. And I told everybody you had to put on your Plutonian helmet, leave people alone. Everything that we are forced to do, I already said it before it happened. Why and how? Because I was reading the cosmic intelligence. I was reading the stars, and all I did was convey the message that I seen in the stars. Not what other people were saying, because nobody even knew that this was happening. Nobody knew that this was coming. And if they did know, they wasn't speaking about it. So I damn sure didn't get this from anybody else, because who else was talking about it in February? Nobody. So the only reason I knew what I knew at the time of me knowing it is because I had the cosmic intelligence, because all I'm doing is studying. Why? Because I was already in isolation. People went in isolation in 2020. I was in isolation in 2019. I've been isolated. Because the spirit was already speaking to me like, yo, it's time for you to get serious now. Fuck the bullshit. You need to bury yourself inside the ground and resurrect yourself. That's how that happened. That's why I was able to reveal to you what no one else did. and what no one else continues to reveal. And I'm still doing it to this day. I'm still speaking about things that no one else is speaking about from the angle that I'm speaking about it from. So you know that it ain't coming from nowhere else but the inside of the intelligence that I embody. Because it's not ego-based. There's no ego with me. Otherwise, I would be making videos all of the time. I take breaks to step back so that I can study more, I can learn more, so I can actually have something to say. So with that, you got the major secrets. You got the minor secrets. You got the things that are invisible, then you have the things that are tangible. In order to understand the tangible, you must understand the invisible. In order for you to understand the invisible, you had to commit it to memory. There's no other way around it. I know because this is what I had to do. I'm only speaking about what I had to do. I got me a tarot deck so I can memorize all 78 angles. That's why I got a tarot deck. Everyone else got it because they're all about fortune telling. But you see, I'm teaching utilizing the tarot. This is not a reading. I'm teaching you about concepts, utilizing the same tarot deck that people use just to give readings that don't amount to anything. Because there's actual science behind the glyphs. If I don't explain the science, how can I give any message? So that's why when you see me pull out these cards, I'm giving a lesson. I'm not telling you, well, this is just what this says and just do it. But let me give a better example here. Now I'm going to actually do a reading. I will actually do a reading so that you can see the difference. So let me move these cards out the way. I'll do a quick 3-card reading, channeling the energy of the Baphomet, and we'll see what the spirit has to say for themselves before we check out. So I done said all I needed to say. Let's see what the spirit has to say, and we'll check out. And again, well, not again, I didn't say it. Anybody has any questions, ask them. Are you afraid of ghosts? I don't know if you're talking to me or if you're asking someone else that question. What do you need to smoke for? You need to smoke to call in? But no, if you got to do all that to call in, it's no need, man. It's no need. It's no need. No, I'm not afraid of ghosts. Because I have a different perspective of what ghosts are. Like what most people think ghosts are not really ghosts. Because again, I deal with the spirit. I'm about to show you what it means to deal with the spirit right now. But there's a difference. It's a difference between dealing with the spirit and dealing with a ghost. Like a ghost can just be somebody who's trapped at a particular location at a particular time. Like if somebody died violently, then they may become a ghost, trapped wherever the place that they died in. Versus an actual archetypal intelligence, which is what a Baphomet is. This is more of an archetypal intelligence. A ghost can just be a spirit that had a physical body at one point. So again, a ghost could literally be a regular person who died violently and who's trying to understand that they're dead. It can be as simple as that with a ghost. But this is not what we're doing here. We're going directly into the energy of the Baphomet. So I'm going to shuffle the deck right now. I'm going to channel the energy, and I'm going to pull the cards. So as I'm shuffling the deck, I'm chanting. cut the deck, and we'll be first card, the Sun. Second card, Strength. Third card, the Nine of Cups. The Sun, Strength, and the Nine of Cups. How can Virgos master the earth element? Well, you have to understand the position or the aspect of the earth Virgos are. Remember, you got 3 earth signs, and they each represent a certain quality of the earth. So Virgos represent a certain quality of the earth. Taurus represents a certain quality of the earth. Capricorn represents a certain quality of the earth. Virgos in this case is a mutable earth sign or an expanding earth. So Virgo is an expanding earth. The card for Virgo in the tarot is the Hermit. So you will study the Hermit. Is this about truth? Well, we're going to find out what it's about right now. First and foremost, strength is the energy of Leo for those who haven't made the connection. So strength is the energy of Leo, or the energy of lust. So we have the energy of lust coming together with the energy of the Sun, coming together with the Nine of Cups. The Nine of Cups represents Pisces being influenced by the planet Jupiter. Again, you see, all this is all this you gotta already have it in. See, most people, they don't have the science, so they can't take you deeper. That's the whole point. But let me show you. We know that the Sun rules over Leo, so the Sun influences Leo. Then Pisces is being influenced by Jupiter, which is another fire planet. So we have the Sun influencing the constellation of Leo, which then manifests itself on Earth as the Piscean influenced by Jupiter. What does that produce? What does it produce when Jupiter influences Pisces? Well, traditionally, Jupiter is a ruler of Pisces. What I mean by traditionally, before the 3 outer planets, before Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto, the ruler of Pisces, as we know currently, Neptune is the ruler of Pisces currently. But if we use a 7-planet system from the Sun to Saturn, Jupiter would be the ruler of Pisces. So this would be Jupiter in its natural element, or Pisces in its natural element. Just like Leo is in its natural element, influenced by the Sun. The Sun is a fire planet, just like Jupiter is a fire planet. Then you have Leo is a fire sign, and Pisces is a water sign. So we have one planet, one zodiac sign, and a combination of them both. That's what we have here. The Sun is a planet, of course. Strength is Leo. That's a zodiac sign. Then the Nine of Cups is Pisces, zodiac sign of Pisces, being influenced by the planet Jupiter. So the question was, what is the message from the Baphomet? So because the first card that came up was the Sun, what was I saying this whole time? This whole time I was saying start at the crown. So to me, I feel that represents starting at the crown, starting with your crown chakra. That's where your inner sun is. 7 chakras, 7 inner planets. So the planet that corresponds, or the chakra that corresponds with the sun, will be the crown chakra. So the sun takes you to the crown chakra, which is where the source is. Your source would be the crown chakra. That's where you find harmony. That's where you find your inner child. That's where you find the rays of the sun. That's why you see the face of the sun is at peace. So peace is established in the sun, the crown chakra. That's the first degree. That's where you find your strength. The strength is gained through being conscious of who you really are, your higher self. We just call it your higher self, your holy guardian angel. If we want to speak the Lemic terms, your holy guardian angel, that's where you find that. Your personal spirit. So the sun represents your personal spirit. Establishing contact with your personal spirit, your holy guardian angel, establishing contact with your holy guardian angel. So in the case of the child seated on the horse represents the child's holy guardian angel, because children are very motivated by animals and animal spirits. So the animal spirit is a guide. The horse is a guide, a spirit guide. Your holy guardian angel. That's the first thing. That's where you find your strength. That's why you see the woman opening the mouth of the lion with no fear. You see there's peace on her face as well. And the lion is sticking its tongue out, allowing her to do that. What lion you know will let a person do that without destroying something? That requires strength. The same way you see the child riding the horse, that evolves to opening the mouth of the lion. Of course, that's symbolic in and of itself. The mouth of the lion is symbolic. That's a symbolism in and of itself. But the strength comes from, and I see you guys questions, but I'm going to finish explaining, and then I'll hit the questions. The strength is gathered from establishing communication with your holy guardian angel, your inner sun. That will be the sun in your reality. Next, making contact with your holy guardian angel, that's where you find the strength to open the mouths of lions, or to work with devilish energies or archdevils. Right? In order to work with archdevils. Why? Because a lion represents the beast. But let me give you a better view of this beast, because again, this deck is, it's kid friendly. But let me take you to the Book of Thoth so that you can have a better understanding of what this energy is actually representing. So let me give you the uncensored version for those who are not satisfied with that. So the energy of strength in this particular deck is called lust, where strength becomes lust. So this is the uncensored version, and we see the word lust at the bottom of that card. You see the glyph for Leo, that's here. That's the glyph to Leo, and that's the Hebrew letter Teth, which represents the serpent. So this is the uncensored. So you need to establish communication with your holy guardian angel to ride this beast. That's the whole purpose. You gain strength from riding the beast, which is your alter ego, which is your animal spirit, your animal totem, your serpent, Because you see, she's balancing, she's holding what? The forces of good and evil in the palm of her hand. You see, you know, it's like these are sperm cells energizing the egg. And that's how that goes. So in order to ride a beast of this nature, this is like a archetypal beast. And that's why I say this is the beast within. You see the faces of men. So this is a very demonic energy, honestly. Right? Of past ancestors. You see this beast has various faces of these ancestors. You see animal faces. You see human faces. You see man's faces. You see a woman's face. So in order to do this, this requires communication with your holy guardian angel. And then the Nine of Cups become possible. Let me show you this up close for those who not really seeing what he's doing here. So he looks like a Moor with the red, you know, with the, you know, the fez. So I mean, you see, it looks like a Moor. It looks like a stage performer. That's Jupiter. Does he not look like a performer? Someone who's going to perform on stage. He looks like a performer. That's the energy of Jupiter. Remember, this is Jupiter influencing Pisces. Those cups represents Pisces, because Pisces represents the unconscious mind. That's why you have all these cups, because Pisces represent a lot of water. So you have 9 cups of water being balanced by the guru, because Jupiter is the guru planet. It is the planet where we extract wisdom. So this represents a wise man. So the reason you see a wise man in this image, that's the energy of Jupiter. You see his arms crossed over the solar plexus. That's where strength is required. Because it's like Muslims put their hands on their solar plexus when they're praying. So whenever you cross your hands, that's you energizing your solar plexus, which is your inner sun. And he's also seated. He's not standing, he's seated. Representing the energy of mastery, a master of their craft. That's why he's seated with his arms folded, representing confidence in his ability, emotional ability, because he's dealing with the water element. So he is the master of the water element, having confidence in his own abilities. As the water element represents intuition, the master of intuition. As Jupiter is the ruler of Pisces traditionally. Pisces is the dreamer. Pisces explores the outer limits of reality. He is exploring the outer limits. That's why it looks like a stage performer. That is exploring the outer limits of reality. That's why you see it's like a curtain or a stage behind him. You couldn't see him because those cups are shielding him. Because Pisces represents concealment. Because Pisces rules over the 12th house of concealment and secrets. So he is concealed. This is like a guru concealed. A concealed guru. That's Jupiter being influenced or influencing Pisces. So Pisces gives the concealment, access to the unconscious mind, access to fantasy, because Pisces represents the imagination and fantasy. So you see him, fantasy, that's from Pisces. And of course, he's a guru, the guru of fantasy. So he's going to perform something magical that will affect your emotions. And you see, this is the 9 of Cups. If we take it to the Kabbalah, if we want to get real deep, the 9 takes us to Yesod, which is the energy of the moon, which is the subconscious mind, the foundation or your sexual nature. Because if we look at the tree of life and you look at where Yesod is, it will be where the genital area is. on a male or woman, it would be right where the genitals are. That's why you see him with his legs open, like his feet is pointed outward. You know what I mean? Making sure that sexual energy is not restricted. But again, you see this is more user-friendly. If I show you this card in the Thoth deck, it'll look a little different. So let me show you this card in the Thoth deck so that you can see the difference here. But again, I'm just establishing the science behind it so that you understand the science, so that the imagery is just a reflection of the science. So that image is just a reflection of Jupiter being, well, Jupiter influencing Pisces. So let me show you the Nine of Cups from a different perspective. Let's see. And let me go ahead. Let me change this music. Y'all probably tired of hearing this sound, so let me go ahead and give you something else to listen to. Again, I wasn't planning on being live this long, but I wanted to give a holistic perspective. Because the tarot allows us to do this. That's why I definitely want to, if you guys want me to come live more and speak more about the tarot, I can do that. But I will only do it if that's what you guys want. But if you want me to speak about other things, I will speak about other things. Because if you've been around long enough, you know I've spoken about things that I probably won't speak about again in the course of me revealing things. For those who know. You know what I mean? I didn't say some shit that I'm not going to repeat, and it came out my mouth. But that's when the spirit motivates you. But anyway, let me change this instrument, and we will continue with the reading. Let me see what I can do here. Let's try this. And again, this is all original sound, so we ain't got to worry about no copyrights or nothing like that. But let me turn this down a bit. Okay, so let me show you the Nine of Cups. Can Shiva Bu be used to charge sigils? I guess you technically could, but I wouldn't recommend it. I would say just use your blood, because Shiva Bu is blood plasma. So I would say go straight for the potency. Use your actual blood. Don't worry about the blood plasma. I'm like, yeah, what does it look like? Okay, I'm gonna draw a sigil and piss on it. I don't think that's gonna be too effective versus you spill blood over that sigil. I can see that being more effective because it's a deeper process. All it requires you to drink water to urinate. All you need to do is drink water. But to spill blood is a process. To spill blood is a process. And that's why it's sacred, especially when you spill blood for a sacred reason. When you have an intent, it's a whole different process. That's why blood is magical. Now the Shiva Bu is great for healing yourself, internal healing and external healing. But if we're talking about magic, if we're talking about sigil magic, and again, hold on, let me just show you. I think I have a bloody sigil. Fuck it. You want to see a bloody sigil? I'll show you a bloody sigil. Give me 60 seconds. I'm gonna keep it real, right? You ask, let me show you, right? So I ain't gonna speak about nothing I'm not doing. So I'm not gonna say, yeah, put blood on a sigil and I ain't did it. Let me show you my evidence. You ain't gotta believe shit I say. Let me show you evidence. If I show you a bloody sigil, that means, you can take it or leave it. But if I don't show a bloody sigil, then I'm just speaking out my ass. So let's see if I produce a bloody sigil or not. Give me 60 seconds. Oh, man. Had to go to the dark side to uncover this. Peace, what's up, 420 God? What's up, Miss Libra? All right. Man, I had to go to the underworld. Give me a second here. All right. So this would be an example of a bloody seal. Obviously the blood is dry, but you clearly see that. It's my blood, and there's a sigil that I drew. So there you go. You see that? It's blood. Right? We're just whipping that shit all over there. Yep. So there you go. It's a bloody seal. So for my sigil magicians, there you go. Because magic will take you to all these dimensions, even if you don't understand what you're doing, till you do figure it out. Let's see. I just grabbed a bag real fast, because I try to keep all these things organized to the best of my ability. As you see, it can quickly get out of hand. I just want to show you guys something else. Let's see. What else do I have? I also have something like this. Who can name this? Who knows what this is a sigil of? If anybody knows what this is, I'll give you a free tarot reading right now. Name, what is it? Where does this come from? Where does this come from? I'll give 20 seconds. Where does that come from? Let's see. Got a lot of stuff in here. Polymon, Necromancer, Goetia. Is that a constellation? Nope. What's up, Dank Wizard? What's up, homie? What's going on? I'll leave it up there a little bit longer. Again, I'm just want to show y'all some different things here. So this is like an advanced flower of life. This is just things I printed out long ago. So if you are familiar with the flower of life, which I'll just show you. The flower of life is more like this. If you see if you see this, the reflection of this, you should see a pattern. Let me see if you guys can see that pattern. So you guys should be able to see that pattern. It looks like a flower of life. So you see that flower pattern. And you can see the sigils of the planets. See, obviously there's Neptune. Right there, you can kind of see it. See the zodiac. So that would be like a flower of life. Yeah, you can see it better that way. So this is like a flower of life. And this is an advance. This is like that doubled. So just showing you guys, some ideas. So this is a magical sigil. Again, this is long ago. What else we have here? This is an old magical square. You see it's been used. Was folding it up, ripped it in half, because it's from use. Right? So this is a magical square. With a sigil, money attracts money or whatever. I guess this was a money seal that I was using at one point. So we got the number 8 here. I will carry this in my wallet sometimes. Again, the number 8 is the energy of Saturn. So obviously we can just put that there. Got a sigil. Just showing you, you know, Egyptian glyphs. Wonder if y'all know what that's a glyph for. What else? Again, just quickly showing you these things. It's very old. Another sigil. Then, of course, I got an infinite amount of these. Infinite amount of these. So obviously you see there, you see the Hebrew letters, the Hebrew seal. So for those who know their Hebrew, you know that's He, Aleph, Yod, Resh. He. He, Aleph, Yod, Resh, He. Look here, Zadi, Yod, Nun, Yod. Right? This is Pe. That looks like Vav, Yod. Yeah, this is kind of, I know that's Shin. Anyway, this is Hebrew letters. Hebrew here too. So obviously that's so you guys can understand why the Hebrew is used. Why the Hebrew is used for the tarot also in magic. Because the Hebrew is a magical language once you unlock it. This is Lamed, Aleph, Nun, and Aleph. So both of these are Aleph, Nun. Then this is Lamed, and this is Nun. This is Aleph, this is Lamed. Again, just the Hebrew, right? So once you understand the combinations, so we got Tav, Resh, Shin, Kaf, Nun, and Daleth. Because, you know, once you got the glyphs committed to memory, you can notice them. And this is also a magical language. These glyphs right here, these are a combination of magical languages. Or magical alphabets, rather. These are magical alphabets. Yod, He, Vav, He. Yod, He, Vav, He. Aleph, Daleth, Nun, Yod. Yod, He, Vav, He. Shin, Yod, Resh. He, Mem, Zadi, Lamed. I believe this is Aleph, but it could be something different. And again, just showing that when you commit the glyphs to memory, then they speak to you. Yeah, there you go. Vision cut. Finally got the answer. It took y'all a while. Yes, this is the seal of the Necronomicon. It took a long time to get that though. Yes, this is the seal of the Necronomicon. And let me just verify that. I'll verify that for you guys right now. Now, what it means and what it's used, that's something else. Because you have to figure that out on your own. See, seal of Necronomicon. Let me see if it comes up. Yeah, it does. So, We see same seal. All right. Let me grab it. Where is it? So, yep. There it is. See, seal of Necronomicon. Now, people may ask, oh, well, what is a Necronomicon? Well, if I type in Necronomicon, and again, this is just an older phone. I'm using my actual phone to record this. So that's why you see a little bump right there. Dropped it. No problem, though. Because I don't be wearing cases on my phones. But this is just a backup. Whenever this phone doesn't have enough juice, I just use this phone to go live. But let me show you what the Necronomicon is, for those who are not familiar. So if you type in Necronomicon on Google, what's going to come up is things like this. Which is another magical alphabet. So obviously, the average person looking at this, like, why do I want anything to do with something like this, right? But that's what anybody would say about demons, devils, archdemons. No, this isn't Cthulhu. No, this is not Cthulhu, because you know you got the elder gods, you got the outer gods. There's many different deities in the Necronomicon, or you know from H.P. Lovecraft, from the Cthulhu mythos. There's many different deities. You know, you got Sub-Niggurath. Have you heard the book? What is this called? What is it? The Delo Melancon something. Can't wait to get the word. Yeah, I've never heard that before. But email me the book. Asha@ashanu.com. Just send me the Amazon link so I can check it out. I've never heard of that before, so I'll be able to give you my true opinion on it once I know what it is. And again, just going back here, you see several deities here. There's several deities. So obviously these are darker forces. Right? So that's why I say it's not too many people that's going to put the Baphomet right in front of you and break down the science and give you a spiritual revelation. That's of use. But we see the power that you can open up if you are not fearful of the dark. You can open up many things. You can open up many dimensions that are simply locked. Anybody can have a spiritual experience, but they must be open to it. So, I think y'all got the point now. So again, unless anybody has any questions, you can go ahead and type them now. That is pretty much the lesson of the night. So I can, of course, I can do more tarot. Again, you guys want me to come on more often with the tarot? That's definitely very possible. But again, if I'm not doing videos, I'm in the graves studying. I'm in the duat. I'm in the graveyard. I'm studying these things, so that I can explain them scientifically, where I don't just have to convey something to you. I can use scientific terms, metaphysical terms, so that it makes sense, so that we are no longer confused about what we are dealing with. So even with concepts such as the devil, we are not confused or led astray, thinking it's something it's not. Because most people don't know, Baphomet is just a variation of Muhammad, who is the prophet of Islam. The prophet of Islam. Muhammad becomes Baphomet. That's why Baphomet, the original name, was Abu Fahamid. This is an ancient deity older than Eulyptus Levi. He just channeled this energy, but this energy is much older. Because again, I just gave you the ancient term, Abu Fahamid. And yes, I will reveal that. You see, you had to watch this much into the video to get that. Because I strategically put things in the video. Because if you ain't with it, you're not gonna get this far in the video anyway. Abu Fahamid is the name of this deity before you. The ancient name of this deity. But yes, I guess it's questions that have already been asked, so I'll just go up. Let's see. I mean, you said go up. I'm not seeing any other questions. Let's see. Do you believe semen retention works to be enlightened? There's a lot of talk about semen retention. Am I an advocate for semen retention? Yes and no. And what do I mean by yes and no? Yes, I do recommend that men have discipline over their dicks. I'm all for that. I'm all for upgrading and refining yourself so that you're not a beast and you're not a savage. I'm all for that. So I am for sexual refinement. However, to take it a step further, if we understand blood can be put to use, semen can be put to use. So do I say you should be wasting your semen? No, you should not. But if you do spill your semen, it should be put to magical use if you do decide to spill it. So, and there are methods that you can use your semen. But how can you use it if you are retaining it? So this is what I mean. For those who are not magical, yes, semen retention will make you more stronger and all that. For non-magicians, semen retention is great. If you're just all about the physical plane, you're all about, just you're being physically in shape and things of that nature, then sure, semen retention does that for you. It will make you feel more calm, more at peace. Why? Because you ain't chasing pussy all the time. So that's, that just makes sense. However, semen retention is helping me be the alpha I'm waiting to nut in my flame. This is what I'm saying. The semen retention is all physically based. What do I mean? Is semen retention going to help activate spiritual abilities? Probably not. Is semen retention going to help you connect to the cosmos? Probably not. Because that's not what it's supposed to do. It doesn't serve that purpose. Let me take it a step further. The only people that advocate semen retention, they're not spiritual. Everybody I've heard talk about semen retention is not spiritual. Or let me say this, they may be spiritual, they may be woke, but they're not occultists. That's the difference. Semen retention don't have anything to do with the occult. Now again, if you're just dealing strictly with the physical body, then sure, you can practice semen retention if you just want to feel what I guess they say that you feel, if that's what you decide to do. But do you need to do that for your spiritual journey? Not so much. I'm saying that based off of the teachings of Tantra, which is older than semen retention, because Tantra teaches us that you actually get more sex, you can get more enjoyment from having more sex with other practitioners of Tantra. To me, it's the same thing with pimping and hoeing. It's the same ideology. What do I mean by that? Meaning the pimp is not having sex with random women, only his hoes. Only the followers of his word. That's it. But he's not busting off and just randomly have no control over his dick. That's not how that goes. But he's also having sex with a woman who is sexually advanced, obviously. So he's not looking at her as like, she's disgusting because she's having a bunch of sex with a bunch of men. That's not how a pimp views a hoe. It's a disgusting mammal. He still is intimate with his prostitute. And yes, I'm being very extreme because it gets the point across. I can use a less extreme example, but would it really convey what I'm trying to convey here? I don't think it would. So if it's too much for you, just click off the video. We're going to be blunt here so that you can understand what I'm saying. This is why it works. Fuck how you feel about it. This is why it works. This is why it's been around forever. Fuck how you feel. We're talking about why does something work? Why is something still here? Why is the occult still here? Why is pimping still here? Why is prostitution still here? These are old sciences that predate us all, and that ain't going nowhere no time soon. How could they have survived the destruction of the occult? Our whole culture has been ripped from us, but what do we still have? The occult was never destroyed. That's why I am always talking about the occult, because you wasn't supposed to have access to it. We were not supposed to have access to this information. This was not, again, they used to kill motherfuckers for reading. You could be killed for reading. So of course this was never meant for us to have. The fact that we actually do have it is because somebody made the sacrifice. Somebody made the sacrifice. Somebody died for this. You could get killed for knowing stuff like this back in the day. It's cool now. See, I can put the image of the devil up and it's fine. But just couple hundred years ago, motherfuckers would be at my door right now, trying to figure out what's going on here. So, even the harsh reality, and that's why I'm speaking harshly, pimping, hoeing, because we're talking about the energy of Saturn. We're talking about the harshness of reality. We're talking about the dark side of reality. Why does it work? We can talk about the light side all day, but why does the dark side work? People still don't understand why women pay men. That's still something that squares have no idea. Like, why would a woman pay? And she's the one doing all the work. That's still something that they can't figure out because it's not physical. It's not physical. You're trying to figure out spiritual principles with physical means. And that's why they hit a roadblock every time. So the fact that we still can maintain the occult principles that can be applied to any dimension of life, because the occult is not a dimension of life, you just apply it to a dimension of life. It's the same thing with astrology. Astrology isn't what we apply it to. Astrology is the key that unlocks everything else. That's why when you study the occult, you know everything. You may not know the details of everything, but you essentially know everything because everything is contained within these 78 angles. There's nothing that you are missing. When you understand the science behind God and devil and man, woman, child, God, devil, spirit, you know the science of all that because the occult teaches you. There is nothing man can teach you more than that. That's why the books, you lay down the books after a while and you start learning from the spirit. You start to learn directly from your own holy guardian angel. Things that books can't teach you, things that books can't reveal to you. You have to get directly from yourself, your higher self. Because these are avenues that you've already studied before. If you are an occultist at this time, that means you was before. Once an occultist, always an occultist. So there are things that you have discovered in your past lives that are still within the Akashic records that can be revealed through building up that communication with your holy guardian angel. You can start to remember all the things that you have put in work to achieve. So if you came into this life with spiritual awareness, as most people say they did, most people who are spiritual felt that they have been spiritual the entire time. They didn't wake up. They always was. That's what I'm saying. Like, there is no woke with an occultist. You always was. There was no moment where, okay, well, even if you didn't have the science to explain what you felt, you already felt it. So when the science presented itself, you were ready for it. Because you already was that. Nobody had to convince you. Nobody had to convince me that these principles and these tools are real. I didn't have to be convinced, because the first time I got a tarot deck, it just made sense to me. I didn't have to be proven, because it's right there in your face. And as I began to walk with the tarot, as I began to live life knowing these principles, I'm like, yo, everything that I see externally, I can take back, and I know what angle that is. Like, oh, like when I see people, I know who they are. I know what degree they are. Because once you know the planets, once you know the zodiac, once you know the patterns that they emit, you can see them within people, places, and things. Because you have studied the patterns. You have studied the archetypal nature of the patterns. Everybody has an archetypal essence. That's why everybody looks like everybody else. What is that? That's an archetypal essence that people have. When you see two people that's unrelated, but they look alike, they have the same archetypal essence. You can say they have the same DNA structure. Not the same DNA code, the same DNA structure. And that's what allows people to look like we are limited to 22 dimensions. In other words, if you are in the physical world, you will be one of the 12 zodiac signs. When will you release new songs? The reason why I feel like I have to make sense of what I say first. That's how I feel. I can make a song, but is it going to be understood? Will it be understood? Because I made songs before, but did they really reflect my intelligence? Absolutely not. If I write a song, just strictly an occult song, that's essentially what I want to do actually. Because I'm like, somebody needs to show the way. Somebody has to be a trailblazer. I don't think there's many people making occult music. There's many people talking about spiritual concepts. Don't get me wrong. You will hear chakras mentioned in songs, frequency, vibration. You will hear all the trigger words in music nowadays. Third eye and all that, meditation, yoga. You will hear all the trigger words in music. But obviously the occult is more than trigger words. The occult is a story which reveals itself in time. What do I mean? It's like the hip hop that you will listen to and you don't really understand it until the song is finished. Because it takes that level of thinking. What do I mean? It's a difference between writing your songs down and not writing. Nowadays, motherfuckers hate writing shit, but that's why the music sounds the way it sounds. The music sounds like it wasn't written down. because you need an occult mind to make sense of some shit that you wrote down. What do I mean? For example, if I was to quote some of my old lyrics, yeah, so let me just give an example. Again, let me not just be the person talking. Like I'm not an artist myself, let me actually demonstrate what I mean when I say this. Occult lyrics versus spiritual lyrics, right? It won't be understood by the masses. That's the whole point. But that's not how people think. That's not how artists think. Because most artists want to be known. They want to be seen by the masses. They want the masses. Most artists want the masses. That's why their music reflects that. They dumb it down because that's actually who they are trying to appeal to. There is very, very, very few people who actually want to appeal to those who are already in the know. To where you can say some deep shit and it's understood. Because that's who you're speaking to. You're speaking to those who have deeper minds, not those who are woke or conscious. For example, let's see. Elevate to air out your temple and let it ventilate. I told you how to balance the mind. Let me reiterate the situation you felt to mention. I hope you generate a strong-ass faith. You hold the key to unlocking your fate. Eliminate the venom that circulates through your system. With proper education, you will see it with perfect vision. That's if you do it for self, intact with full clarity. They'll fuck with theories, they centered in negativity. These words of wisdom are flowing throughout your stereo. The type of shit that make you want to rethink your scenario. But, got to do my best for the ones that congratulate my success, and for the rest, I guess I'm just not concerned with your pettiness. The spirit of Mayat, let it penetrate through your cranium. Modern day revelation of lifting the whole stadium. These are just words, right? These are just words. But are the words understood? Let me give you another example. You know, because obviously, you know, I could literally just play a song right now. But I just want to more so give you the feel of, you see, the lyrics I just used, I didn't use any trigger words. I didn't say chakra. I didn't say third eye. I didn't say anything Aquarian in that rhyme I just spit. There was nothing Aquarian about it, but it was intricate. Why? Because if I do it at real speed, you were like, wait a minute, what was just said? I'll do it again. Just to give the example. So if I was actually rapping that, I was speaking it slower so that the words can be understood. But obviously, I wouldn't say that if I was performing it. If it was being performed, it would be like, elevate to the temple and let it ventilate. I told you how to balance the mind. Let me reiterate the situation you felt to mention. I hope you meditate with strong as faithful. You have to keep you unlocking your faith. It would be that fast. Right? Because I'm from the Midwest. And they're all about speed. It's all about speed. So I speak very quickly, but it's still filled. And it's not, I don't see that being done anywhere because that's not easy to do. Yeah, exactly. This is what I'm saying. It's not easy to do. It's not easy. So I'm not sitting here saying that's easy. To actually say something at that speed. Because most people who are rapping at that speed is not really, it's no depth behind their words. They're just popping shit. But to actually be rapping at that speed and have some type of depth behind your words, it's not easy to do. That ain't something that you can do right off the top of your head. That's my point. So if everybody's just trying to write off the top of their head or not write anything down, how can you take people's minds deeper? If everything essentially is a freestyle, everything can't be a freestyle. It's a freestyle when you're just putting it together where you don't even know what you was gonna record before you stepped in the studio. How are you supposed to take people to deep places? How am I supposed to take you to the duat if I'm rhyming off the top of my head? That would take in-depth thinking. For example, Of course, everyone has heard, you know, my L Fresh as Hell song. It's been around forever. It's not new. But if I was to speed that up to the point where you gotta literally focus and concentrate to even comprehend what's being said, that's what makes it magical. For example, let me see if I'll just quote a quick line. Just something that you can't just think off the top of your head. That's not how lyricism works. For fellow writers, you guys should know what I mean. For those who actually write things down, you know how important it is to actually write that down, because that is hard to retain that in your head. You speak faster than Eminem. Well, we from the same place. I'm from the same place he's from. But most people don't know where he got his style from. Where did Eminem get his style? Because he wasn't the first to do it. But I know the history. It came from Esham. Eminem got his style from Esham. He was the first person to talk about demonic shit in his lyrics. He was talking about voodoo and, you know, summoning demons. His first album in 1986 when he was a teenager. It's Googleable. Google it. Esham. His first album came out when he was 15 or 16. Back in 1986 or some shit, or 1988 or 86. So this is before 3-6 Mafia. Because most people think of 3-6 Mafia, they were the first ones to, you know, to invent that style that they have. But they wasn't the first. The first was Esham from Detroit. He was the first one to integrate the darker lyrics with the speed, dark speed. Some people say light speed, dark speed. So that's a Detroit manifestation. But why? See, most people don't know why. Why is the spirit of Detroit like that? How do you get something like an Eminem, who was one of the greatest ever? Can't take that away from him. But what is the circumstances that create something like that? That creates something like a BMF, for those who understand that history. I had to do my research. I had to look at who was the founder of this city. Or why does a place like Chicago, where the death currency is imminent all over the place, what's the connection with that? What if you look at the founders of these cities, you begin to understand why the energy is the way it is. Because I believe the founder of Chicago was a Haitian. And you know, they heavy with the voodoo. So when we look at Chicago now, we just see the voodoo is really out of control. But that goes all the way back to the founder. But what most people talk about, they just talk about what niggas is doing now. Niggas don't know how to control themselves. They're killing each other. But why? What is influencing them to do that? What is the spiritual currency in these cities that we know nothing about, but that influence us? We are influenced by these currencies, even though they are invisible, and that's the whole conversation we've been having. The invisible influence that we are all subjected to. But let's take it a step further. Because that's why I always tell people, find the spirit of your city. I think I was the first one to say some shit like that. I don't think people even talk about that now. I talked about that 4 years ago. How to find the spirit of your city. Most people have no idea what the spirit of their city is. So how are you supposed to tap into anything spiritual? You don't even know what spirit rules over your city. But that's not something that woke people talk about. Because they're busy talking about the government and Donald Trump. And, you know what I mean, shit that is irrelevant. But what is relevant, how do you identify the spirit in your city so that you can understand how to be successful where you are? The reason that you see the Baphomet is because Set rules over the deserts. There's no coincidence why the Baphomet is my spirit totem. That's not random. That's because Set rules over the deserts. So of course I'm about to integrate with Set, because I'm in the desert. Once you know mythology, you know that already. They don't pay attention to the actual source because that is not their purpose. That's not the purpose they serve. No one woke is trying to take you back to the source. Why? Because that means you supersede them. Because if they take you to the source, then you go straight to the source. You don't have to deal with them. That's the difference between me and everybody else. I don't mind taking you to the source, because I'm just a messenger. I'm here to lead you to the source. I'm not here to lead you to me. I'm here to incite further study. That's why I have a website. That's why it's affordable. I'm not charging people crazy amounts. It's the price of a cup of coffee. It's just there for those who are that serious, because there's plenty of information here that's just never discussed, because again, you have to have a certain type of mind to even comprehend these things. You have to have cosmic intelligence to be able to decode the secrets of nature. The secrets of nature are determined by the cosmic codes, the planets. They determine what we experience. What did you do to find the spirit of the city? You have to study. You have to study mythology. You have to study spirits. Set was a magician. Well, Set was a lot more than a magician. It's a lot more intricacies to that deity than just a magician. But that is the surface. That's what most people know him to be. But most people don't know the reality of Set. They just know the illusion of Set. Most people just know Set because he cut up Osiris' body and threw it in the Nile River. That's the only thing they know of Set, is him doing demonic shit. But again, this same Set defends Ra from Apep, which I explained earlier in this video. It's Set who defends Ra from Apep, who was symbolic of absolute chaos. So the same person that cut up his brother defends Ra every night when he descends into the underworld? What sense does that make? But there's more to it than that. That's a newer story. That's not the original story. The original story was not about Set, Osiris, and Isis. That's not the original story. That's just the popular story, just like the story of Jesus. We know that's not the original story, it's just the popular story. It's just the story that majority of people accept. So what people know Set as is just that's what majority of the people accept. But that doesn't actually mean or represent what it actually is. Like, most people have no idea what these words mean. You see this? This says coagula. Then this says solve. Congula or coagula, just depending on how you say it, and solve. Most people have no idea what that means and what that symbolizes. They just see that double face and them horns. They just see the obvious symbols, but they don't see the secret symbols. There's obvious symbols and there's secret symbols. It's the secret symbols that the occultist pays attention to, because the secret symbols is showing you how it affects your consciousness, not whether it's scary or not. Because fear has no place in magic. You should be the one causing fear. If you're the magician, If you're the occultist, people should be afraid of you. Not for you to be afraid of spirits. What do you mean, what is Ra? Exactly, Ra, the sun god. You see what I mean by mythology? Why that's necessary to know? Because it represents spiritual principles. So instead of, you see the sun right in front of you, the sun can be swamped out for Ra. And you apply the attributes of Ra to this message. If you know what the attributes are. Because obviously Ra is more than the sun god. He has certain magical ability. But you see, you got to be intricate to know that. Because that takes you to the real story. And the real attributes. And these are hidden. Because most people are just familiar with the mainstream story. The consort for Set is who? Who is the consort for Set? Who knows that answer? Who is a consort? Who is his opposite? Because that then reveals to you the feminine nature of Set. What you understand is counterpart. Who is the counterpart of Set? I want someone to answer that. Because we're going to bring the example home of why it's necessary to know these things. And why most people are not going to take the time to study. It takes time. You need time to study. But most people don't have time. Why? Because they're getting money. They're caught in the physical world. You don't have time for this. When is this all about what you can gain physically? If that's the end all be all for you, there's no time to study these concepts. Why? Because this go around, this is, people are already, unsecure or insecure about their finances. So all this does, in the middle of a pandemic, this just amplifies the fear that's already there. So if people didn't have time to study this shit before, they're not going to have time to study this in a post-COVID world. There will be no time for this in a post-COVID world if it was no time in a pre-COVID world. People are not going to all of a sudden start studying astrology now because they got time. Morgan LaFrey, no, you're talking about a whole different pantheon. I'm talking about within the same pantheon. Set comes from the Egyptian or the Kemetic pantheon. Who is this Kemetic or Egyptian consort? Because that gives us the secret attributes. If you want to understand the secret nature of anything, you got to look at the consort. Exactly. Was it Nephis? Yes, it was Nephis. Yes, it was. What is her story? For those who are not familiar, she was the first seductress. Oh, little do they know. Nephis seduced Osiris to give birth to Anubis. Anubis, who was the original lord of the underworld, basically came from an illegitimate relationship. Technically. Nephis, for those who are not familiar, she seduced Osiris by getting him drunk with wine. And she dressed up as Isis because they were twins. Isis and Nephis are sisters and they looked alike. They were only distinguished by their actual styles, their physical styles. What's up, Becca? The only difference between Isis and Nephis is their physical wardrobe, because they literally look the same. So Nephis disguised herself as Isis, got Osiris drunk, and then produced the child called Anubis, who was the original lord of the underworld, who was all about the funerary rites. So the reason she did that, because Set was barren. Set could not produce children. So Nephis, instead of saying like, all right, well, we just ain't gonna have no kids because you can't have kids because he was infertile or sterile, whichever word fits. He was sterile. So she had to go into the underworld to even have a child. Set wasn't really feeling Nephis because he had a greater attraction to Isis. So sometimes Nephis would dress as Isis to seduce Set, because she knew his attraction for her was greater. So she can also seduce Set by disguising herself as Isis. So she fooled both Set and Osiris by disguising herself as Isis. This is why she is the first seductress. The arts are learned from her, because she is Set's opposite. So while Set is sterile, she can produce, because they are opposites. Just like Isis could produce while Osiris was dead, because they could not find his phallus. But again, people don't know the full story. Who taught Isis how to resurrect in the first place? That ain't something she already knew. You know how the story goes? The story goes as Isis went to Ra. That's why we're bringing up Ra. Isis went to Ra, and she made Ra give up his secret name. It was through Ra's secret name that she learned the arts of resurrection, which she then applied to Osiris. That came from Ra. She seduced Ra to get that secret name from him. So Isis went into the underworld to get that underworld magic from Ra so that she can resurrect Osiris. That's the actual story. You see, these parts of the story are not explained or told. But that extra detail allowed you to see a greater perspective of what we're actually dealing with here, where both of these sisters were not afraid to go into the darkness to accomplish their goals. In order for the Lord of the underworld to exist, Nephis had to seduce. And you can say, oh, this is all incest. This is all brothers and sisters. Technically. So on the surface, this should just be absolutely ridiculous for the average person to comprehend. When you're dealing with all these aspects, you're dealing with brothers and sisters, you're dealing with pharaohs, and you're dealing with power, you're dealing with all these, you're dealing with haterism, you're dealing with all these different things simultaneously. And unless somebody is explaining this to you, there is no way to comprehend it. There's no way to comprehend Isis erecting Osiris without knowing the full story, without knowing that she got that ability from Ra. You wouldn't even know that, oh, it was through his secret name. It was Ra's magic that resurrected Osiris. And it's Ra who uses Set to defend against Apep. So Ra is actually a common denominator with both of these deities. He resurrects Osar, because that's the Kemetic name. And he needs Set to fight against Apep when he descends into the Duat. So Ra is a common denominator. So Ra helps Osiris, Set, and Isis by giving her his secret name. So Ra is heavily involved with these. And of course, Tahuti or Thoth was like the spiritual passenger, you know, leading. Isis was led by Thoth or Tahuti, you know, as a spirit, you know, because Tahuti is never physical. He's always, you know, a spirit guide, because he's like the father. So he's in the mix too, but we want to focus more on Ra. Well, I never knew this part of the story existed, because there's a reason why they don't tell you. It's the same reason they don't tell you the real story of Jesus, the real, like all of the actual reality is concealed because the science is behind it. Like most people have never seen the image with Jesus holding a crystal ball, because most Christians don't believe in that shit. But one of the most famous paintings of Jesus, he has a crystal ball. I believe it's in a famous museum. Let me look it up right now. I don't know if you guys ever seen it, but there's Jesus holding a crystal ball. But Christians are not, they don't believe in that shit. So that's why I say Christians are not following the teachings of the Christ. Because how the fuck is the Christ holding a crystal ball? But that's, if you ask a Christian, that's devil shit. So how is Jesus holding a crystal ball if it's devil shit? If you ain't supposed to be doing that as a Christian, you ain't supposed to be gazing in the crystal balls. That ain't something that Christians, this is, oh, that's a cool thing to do. But there is imagery of Jesus holding a crystal ball. So whose teachings are they really following if they're not actually taking what he actually represented into factor the reality versus the fantasy? Fantasy is more valued than reality. But let me show you this image of the Christ holding the crystal ball. So here it is. Crystal ball is Jesus. You see him with the crystal ball. See him here with the crystal ball. Holding them same two fingers up. The same fingers we see right there. You see them two fingers are emphasized. What's with these two fingers? That's also why I had the palmistry up under this in the beginning. That's why I had this. They all mean something. So there's a reason why they holding up these two fingers. But again, you probably never see nothing like this either. So again, for all the Christians, Jesus was a crystal ball gazer. Never saw this image either, not even with the black Jesus. I know. This is what I mean. They are very strategic about what they choose to reveal, because if they, what's up, Petunia? What's up, Callie? You already know. Much love. Much love. That's why I say it has to come through me. Because if you never seen this imagery, that means ain't nobody else talking about it. Like how they took out the book of Enoch. Well, this is a little different than them taking out a whole book of the Bible versus they changing the imagery of their prophet. Because Christians don't value Enoch as a prophet. They value this guy right here. But those same Christians don't subscribe to crystal ball gazing or anything occult. And this is an occult symbol. The crystal ball with the two fingers. This is completely occult. But Christians won't, again, that's why you won't see this, because they're not going to acknowledge this. You cannot explain this. You cannot explain how it's okay for him to hold a crystal fucking ball, but then it's not okay to do. How is it okay for him, but it ain't okay for you? How can he do it, but you can't? How is it okay for him to heal, but we can't? Because if you start healing motherfuckers like Jesus, that doesn't give you. People don't praise you. They think you're a fraud. Let you go around healing people, they're gonna call you a fraud before they call you real. That's why they killed Jesus. They put his ass on the cross. Why? Because they said he was a fraud. Because of this. Not because of his teachings. So that's the greatest lie. It's not because of his teachings, it's because of his actions. It's because of that crystal ball gazing. It's because of those tarot card readings. It's for that astrological understanding. It's for that deep meditative state that you can access and pull information out of. So you will never see these things because they destroy the church that's supposed to preserve the teachings of Jesus, but it actually keeps the teachings out. The real teachings of Jesus ain't in church because we see what he was about. If he was about the same shit that this is about, and they definitely ain't teaching this, so you can't tell me that they're teaching you the real deal. If this is essentially showing you the same shit, this is the same thing. It's the same thing. As above, so below. It is the same thing, just simplified. So you will never see that. That's why I say it has to come through somebody like me, who's not trying to lead you astray, who's trying to make sense of these things. And there's, again, that's why I'm like, I can't watch nobody else's videos because ain't nobody else talking about the stuff that I'm actually trying to figure out. So the fact that, because I'm sure you guys watch other people's content other than me. So if you guys ain't never seen it and you guys watch all these other people, that means they ain't talking about it. And if they ain't talking about it, that means they probably don't know either. And if they probably don't know either, then again, how can that person really tell you about this, about the occult? But again, you don't have too many people claiming to be occultists at the same time. So I can't hold everybody up to that standard. That's why they just call themselves woke. It's easy to say you're woke. What standard do you have to live up to when you say you're woke? Versus when you say you're an occultist. You got to live up to a standard when you say that. That means you have a certain prerequisite. That means you got certain skills and attributes. That means, yes, you can actually read a fucking crystal ball. Oh yeah, but y'all think I'm playing. You don't think I can pull out a crystal ball right now? Watch this. Watch this. 60 seconds. If I'm able to pull out a crystal ball, then somebody got to be serious. If I'm able to grab a crystal ball, like I just grabbed a bloody sigil. That's my blood, that's my sigil. Don't let me grab a crystal ball. Because that would just verify that I actually take this seriously, that I actually invested in a crystal ball. But let's find out. All right. Bring it out. All right, motherfuckers. All right, motherfuckers. Think I'm bullshitting. Think I'm bullshitting, huh? Exactly. 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 Think I'm fucking around. Exactly. 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 Why? Because that meant something to me when I saw that image. When I saw that image, oh shit. It's something more to this. Let me figure it out. Because that's, as an occultist, you're required to do that. You're required to problem solve. That's why all I'm doing is problem solving. You wouldn't have to prove it to me. I would have been here if I didn't believe. I wouldn't be here if I didn't believe you. Well, that's you, Brianna. Brianna. But there's 21 other people in here watching. So I prove it to them. For those who don't know who I am, because everybody watching hasn't been with me for years. So they haven't seen me show and prove over the years. So it's for those who don't know, because of course for those who know, you already know. So I'm not proving it to the ones who do know. I'm proving it to the ones that didn't know. So for the ones who didn't know, for the ones who think I'm just running my mouth, like everybody else is running their mouth, but I'm not actually showing and proving anything. There's a crystal ball right there. You see the tarot cards. You see the art. You see that 93. It's a sacred number for Thelema, Aleister Crowley, the Tetragrammaton. Everything I'm showing you is because of what I'm actually doing. None of this is for show. None of this is for show. This is actual reality. The same way Jesus was holding that crystal ball, it wasn't for show. It's because of the effectiveness of what it can produce. Because as a cultist, that's what you are supposed to be doing. Showing and proving. Are you showing and proving? That's why I don't do a lot of talking. I'll be doing a lot more talking because I didn't took time to study. So when I speak, I present my studies. That's why you see I already knew what to do. I already knew where to find the image. Because these are just things I study on my own time. These are things that I find interesting anyway. So when I do actually present them, I'm coming with a complete idea. I'm not coming with something I just figured out yesterday. I had to put that work in so that I can demonstrate. It's one thing to speak, it's another thing to demonstrate. So that's what I want. I just need to separate myself with those who are not demonstrating anything. Because there's many more of those people who are not demonstrating. They ain't pulling out no crystal balls. They're not pulling out no tarot cards. They're not pulling out no bloody sigils. It's not happening. Because if they are practicing this, they're doing it in secret. They're not doing it in front of everybody's face. Ain't nobody else showing the fucking devil in front of your face like I am. I got the art right there. Who else is showing the art? Like, this is me. This is the energy I resonate with. Why? No, because everybody else is trying to be angelic, tap into their higher planes and shit. But I told you, you start from the top and you go down. So while most people think it's demonic, actually, no. If you started from the top, you end up in the bottom. You end up where the Baphomet is. You don't start there. That's where you end. You end as Lucifer. That's not how you start. You end as a light bearer. You become the light bearer. You're not already the light bearer. You have to become the light bearer. That's a alchemical process that you must endure. That's why I have the imagery. This represents the alchemical process. That's why you see all these symbols. It all represents a process of alchemy. This is how you separate the real from the fake. And again, the only reason I'm doing this video is sometimes it becomes hard to differentiate who's who. So I need to show you how. Who is demonstrating? Who has the science locked in by heart? They don't need no references. They don't need anything. It's already there. All you need is a tarot deck. If you know the symbols, you see, I did a reading because I understand symbols. I can make sense of. It didn't just happen on its own. I purchased my first tarot deck in 2013. That's the same year I made this YouTube channel. I made this YouTube channel 7 years ago. They say 7 years to be a master. You gotta put in 10,000 hours before you hit mastery. I know you guys have heard that already. So that's about 7 years. What's up, Donald James? What's up, man? That takes about 7 years. So I started the channel 7 years ago. And if you look at my very first videos, you see me showing tarot cards. I'm showing this same deck. If you look at my very first video, I'm showing this very first deck. This is the same deck I'm showing in my first videos. This is the same deck. So this deck is 7 years old. I purchased this in 2013. This is 7 years old. That's just how long I've been in it. Seven years, the same way the 5%ers. You got before you can call yourself a 5%er, before you can teach, you have to memorize the curriculum. I think I said that wrong. The curriculum. There we go. The curriculum. You have to memorize the curriculum before you are even qualified to be a teacher. I'm just saying that I got the lessons right here. I'm just referencing stuff that's here. 120 lessons in the law, nation of God's and earth. That's what I'm looking at. Why? Because that's my foundation. So when it came to schools, I had to go through that, where you had to memorize everything by heart to teach. So that's how I got my certificate, my street certificate. Memorize all of this by heart. Here, supreme mathematics, supreme alpha. Then you got, I just want to give you an example of, this is what I had to memorize by heart before I can call myself a teacher. Let me move this out the way, just to give you a perspective. Where like I didn't just pop up on the scene not qualified. All this was before I had a YouTube channel. I had to memorize all of this before I even had a YouTube channel. Before I was qualified to teach anything. So I just want to give you guys a perspective. We ain't got to go through all this. But again, this is just what you got to have locked in into the back of your head. Word for word. Word for word. I did this at 20 years old. This is back in 2010. I memorized this in 2011. I started in 2010. It took me 9 months. It took me 9 months, all this. It took me 9 months to memorize all this by heart. So by 2011, I was out in these streets teaching before YouTube. That's what qualified me to be a teacher. I'm just giving people my credentials. That's why I'm not like other people. Why? Because people came to YouTube trying to be teachers, trying to get clout, trying to get fame. I didn't need any of that because it was already established. I had already put in major work prior to even showing my face. I had already established my connection with the spirit before I ever made a YouTube. I had already identified myself because the spirit came to me. I told you guys a story before. The only reason I go by an Egyptian name is because an Egyptian spirit came to me. Asar came to me, or Osiris came to me personally. Said their actual name, Asar. I didn't know what it meant. What the fuck is Asar? I Google it, and it's the Egyptian god of the dead. I didn't know that. I'm like, what the fuck is this? This is something I just heard in my head that I just said. I didn't know what it meant. So once I'm like, whoa, this was actually real. I just heard something, I spoke something, and it actually is real. So after that point, see, that's the thing. I wasn't meditating. The thing is, this happened randomly. I'm just doing something random. This didn't happen when I was in deep meditation because I'm like, I wouldn't have known what that meant. I literally was like coming out of the bathroom or something. I was in the middle walking, and it stopped me at the most unexpected time. But then it has changed my life from that point on. Why? Because the only Egyptian connection I had prior to that happening was just Yu-Gi-Oh cards. I played with Yu-Gi-Oh cards as a child. That's as close as Egypt as I got prior to that experience happening. So once that experience did happen, I'm like, oh, this may actually be deeper than me, Sahai. Maybe I'm not just a guy who was just into Yu-Gi-Oh cards and that was just an end-all be-all. That's something you do as a child and you put it up when you grow up. Seems to me like that actually evolved into the occult, where something was just a game, and now all of a sudden it's your reality. Now all of a sudden it's your reality. It started off as a game, just like the tarot cards. For most people, it's just fortune telling. They're not looking at the tarot as an alchemical device, a living entity. That's not how they view the tarot. It's just to tell fortune. Oh, what's going to happen with me tomorrow? What's going to happen with me today? That's as far as it goes. They're not looking at it as alchemy, because it takes time to see it for what it really is. You may start off just telling fortunes, but that's not where you end. That's just where you start. So again, the fact that I can pull out a fucking crystal ball, like that's usual, just let it be known, like, okay. If you see Jesus with the crystal ball, but then the crystal ball is condemned in the church, but you see me with this crystal ball on top of this devil, and I'm the one showing you the Jesus, just like I was the one that told you that shit was about to pop off before it actually did. Why is it coming from the devil? And this would be the last thing. Why is it coming from the devil? Why are not all the godly people talking this same shit? Saving people. Seems to me like they don't know what the fuck is going on either. Why? Because I believe churches, you can't even go to church. Like, you got a social distance and shit. You can't even go to church. So it seems like God's people and God's word ain't being heard right now because people can't go. But do people really need to go? When everybody has a Bible in their home, is church really necessary? Well, according to them, it is, because they willing to fight tooth and nail to get people in church. But what do they teach you when you get there? They're not teaching you this. They're just casting spells. And that's why I feel the way it feels. That's why the people, they're a bunch of weirdos. Because all they do is cast spells. Like the Ku Klux Klan, Ku Klux Klan. Why are they called grand wizards? Why? Why are the top members of the Ku Klux Klan called grand wizards? Are they calling themselves wizards just to be funny? Or are they calling themselves wizards because they're magicians that cast spells? It's very simple once you know the archetypal nature. This is spell casting going on. So when you see people dumb, stupid, and don't know what's going on, it's because they are victims of spellcraft. Why? Because if you are not guarding your consciousness, it's not hard for someone to access it if it's not guarded. That's why the Baphomet also represents protection. Why? Because Saturn represents protection. Saturn is the shield. You call upon Saturn to shield yourself from madness. So Saturn is a shield. Baphomet is the shield. Satan is the shield. Lucifer is the shield. Just like that Hebrew star. The Star of David is a shield to guard you, as they say, from the evil eye. Peace, man. Thank you for the game. No problem. Not a problem. That's what I'm here for. And again, you know, I do my best to show and prove that I am who I say I am. That's why even if I step away, I always come back. You know what I mean? So even if I step away to study, you see, I always make my way back. Again, anytime anybody make a purchase, I always come through. So there's none of that. Anybody who ever paid me for any service, they got what they paid for within a 3-day period, because I give myself 72 hours so I don't get overwhelmed with work and all that. And I just do my best to do honest business. That's why I'm like, no, I'm not just speaking about this stuff. Then in the background, I got some bullshit going on. That's not what's going on. Because I'm pretty sure it would be a bunch of videos exposing me if I was doing that type of shit to people. Because there's plenty of that on YouTube as well. There's motherfuckers exposing each other because they got all type of scams and shit going on. I would be right up there too if I was actually doing that. Why? Because it's not hard to figure that out when people are things that they're not receiving. But that ain't that no one can charge me with. Why? Because I don't have physical products. All I sell is wisdom. I don't have any tangible products. I just teach. Because this is what matters. What physical product can I give you that's more useful than wisdom? I can't give you no crystal. We need more people like you. You're not going to have more people like me. It's not going to happen. There's a reason why there's very few people like me. We are never the majority. We are never the majority. The majority is capitalist, and majority of the people follow the oath of capitalism. Right? But again, if you want the truth, I gave my life for this. If you just want me to be 100% honest, I gave my life for this. I gave my life to the occult. I've seen all these YouTubers. I've always come back to this channel at the end. Because you know what, there's no filter here. There's no filter. Because I'll actually show you the dark side while everyone else is telling you to be afraid of it. I'm showing you how to master it. And as I said, I gave my life for this, meaning when I go, this is what I'm going to be remembered for. This ain't just a phase. This ain't just something I'm doing just to get paid and I'm just going to do something else after. Like, this is just a hustle and I just move on when it dries up. Nah. No, I'll be teaching till it's over with. Getting more advanced, getting more deeper into it. Like, nothing else matters to me. This is what turns my wheels. This is what gets me up in the morning to decode these mysteries. This is what is the most important thing to me. That's why you see a crystal ball right in front of you. There's some many spiritual people, they ain't popping out with crystal balls. They ain't showing you crystal balls. Let's just be real here. Let's just be real. They're not showing you crystal balls. Let alone actually can use a crystal ball. It's one thing to show a crystal ball. Can you use a crystal ball? At the end of the day, this is a skill set. To be a tarot reader, to be an astrologer, to be a numerologist, any of these things, it's a skill set. It takes time. Like you got to go to college to be a doctor, to be a lawyer, all these things. It's the same thing with the occult. I gave up all my 20s to study this. That's just facts. My 20s wasn't filled with a bunch of fun shit like everyone else. You guys seen it. Majority of my 20s was on YouTube teaching the good, the bad, and the ugly. You guys seen me in the darkness and you see me in the light. Just to be balanced. Why? Because I wasn't going to show you me in my light and you never see me down. I showed you both. Purposefully. Because I don't have anything to hide. I'm not just going to show you when I'm up. Again, most people ain't doing that. Most people ain't showing you them when they're not doing so good. It's not happening. Because they always want to put their best foot forward. I didn't care about that. The science will pull me through. I don't need to put my best foot forward. Sometimes I got to put my worst foot forward. Sometimes all you have is intuition. Sometimes you don't have a plan. Sometimes you don't know where you're going. Sometimes you don't have the answers that you would want to have. But you still got to continue to move forward. And I've just done my best to try to demonstrate that, where you may not always have the answers, but you are at least striving to move forward in your understanding of these mysteries. And yes, they will take you to absolute chaos and darkness till you get it right, till you learn what you're dealing with, till you learn how to tame the chaos, till you come from the crown down, till you go through all of those chambers, so that when you enter into the world of the Baphomet, into the world of Muhammad, into the world of Islam, not the religion, the science, because Islam is just mathematics. So everyone else says mathematics. Mathematics is just Islam. And again, that's just what it is at the basis. That's why Muslims are all about memory. That's why Muslims, they're memorizing their holy books. But Christians don't. You cannot show me one Christian that has memorized the Bible from top to bottom. There is no Christian on this planet that has memorized the Bible. But there are plenty Muslims on this globe that have memorized the Quran. Why? Because one was written like a song and the other one was written like a book. You can't memorize a book, but you can memorize a song. So because the Quran was written in song, that's why it can be memorized. So when Muslims pray, they sing the Quran. Christians could barely remember where their pastor once Monday hits. because it's their pastors they're not real enough. I'm not going to say they're inadequate. They're just not real enough. You got to be real with the people that you fuck with. If somebody is sacrificing for you, you got to sacrifice for them. That's how that goes. Otherwise, you're robbing them. If people are sacrificing for you and you're not sacrificing for them, you're robbing them. So the only way for you to remain balanced, you got to sacrifice like the people sacrifice. If somebody pay me for a reading, I know that they work hard for that money. That money didn't just pop out of thin air. So I know they had to put in hours for that. They had to put in work for that, whatever work they had to put in. So I have to match that. So that's why I take as much time as I do to study, because I know the sacrifice that's needed. Because you can't just get this anywhere. You can't just get a book and learn all this. Majority of what I know didn't come from books. It just came from experience. The books then support the experience. Because the books, without the experience, you're just talking about knowledge. Is Muhammad having a light face a symbol of a light body? His description suggests so. His description suggests so. Yes, because there is no imagery of the Prophet Muhammad. So that's why that whole light body consciousness is connected with him. Like, Muslims don't have idols. They don't worship idols. So if you go into a masjid, because that's their temple, if you go into a masjid or a mosque, you're not going to see any imagery. You're not going to see any idols. Like, you walk into a church, you're probably going to see Jesus. You're going to see angels. You're going to see all this imagery, all these idols. If you go into a mosque, you're not going to see any idols. There is no... You're not going to type in Prophet Muhammad and see any image. There is no imagery of the Prophet Muhammad. There is no image of him. So people actually do see him. There has been reports of people who have seen the Prophet in their dreams, but they are told not to speak on it. And I know this because, again, that's my background. I was a traditional Muslim. Then I went to the esoteric Islam. That's the 5%. That's how I got here. So I have a background in this. So that's why I can identify it. So the Prophet Muhammad, yeah, he comes to people's dreams, but you're not supposed to speak about it. But I've met people who has communicated with me. They have seen him. But I asked them, I'm like, how the fuck do you know it's him? If there's no imagery of him, how do you know you've seen him? And their answer is because he announces himself. He announced who he was. And he did not have a face. His face was pure light. That is what people have told to me personally. So I guess he influences people, just not physically. He works through the dream world like the ascended masters do. It's the same thing. So that, hopefully that answers your question. Let me change this music. Peace, peace. Yeah, I know we've been in here for quite a while now. But again, I just wanna, cause I know I don't be coming live too often because I have to fall back and I have to learn. And that's what I'm like, I have to constantly come with better content. That's why I always take a step back so I can, okay, how can I better deliver my content? I'm always tweaking and refining my content. So that's why I have to take a step back and I have to learn. And it's a learning curve. You know what I mean? Like learning how I got all this software on my laptop and how to piece all these things together and render all these files. It takes a long time. So I just end up just going live like I am now instead of, you know, it'd be taking a couple of days to even produce, you know, a video, because you going through, if you want to make something super quality, it takes some time to piece it together. So I just end up just live streaming and just say what I have to say anyway, without the fancy presentations. But those will be coming anyway. I just will just be doing more lives. Then the bigger projects will come out every now and then. So that's my plan, would be that, you know, because last time I tried to go live, I was not able to. I remember I tried to go live on my phones. Both of my phones, I was knocked off. I guess it was because of what I was speaking about. It may have been because of the title, because you see I was able to just, we're still here without any interruptions. And it's just been times where it's just been impossible to get a signal. So I guess it depends on what you're speaking about. So that's why I show up. And when I do show up, I wanna give more than enough, so that people understand where I am mentally. Even if I haven't showed up, I give you enough time to really sit and really feel me out and hear me out, and you can just see where I'm coming from, and you can determine whether that makes sense to you or not, or whether it's true or not to you. But I will present the authentic nature of everything that I'm doing here. So what I will do next, let me actually grab this Goetic deck. I can grab this Goetic deck and we'll see what comes up from the Goetic perspective. So let's see. Let me move this ball. These muscles. Let's see if I can move this up here. Okay. So I'm going to use this deck. We'll see what comes up. The Goetic deck. So that's the same question. What is the message from Baphomet or Abu Fahamed? What is the message from Abu Fahamed? All right. And I appreciate everybody for sticking with me. You know, because I know this is time that you can be doing anything else with your life. So I definitely appreciate everybody, you know, taking time out of their own schedules, you know, to listen in, because they feel it's that important. So if you want to definitely send positive energy in that way, because I understand how precious time is. And that's why I wanted to have this jam-packed. Especially in these times of uncertainty. I wanted to establish some type of certainty. Because we are going into the underworld. The worst has yet to happen. We have not seen the worst. Again, we got another week. I told you. 6-planet retrograde. I appreciate that, Callie. Good energy exchange, always. Always. And that's what I mean. It has to be authentic. So anybody who is sticking with me is because they know that it's authentic. That I'm not going to waste your time, that I'm going to do my best to help you to understand these invisible things that's always occurring in our reality. Exactly. We already know, you know, this is not something that's just going to be pushed in your face. The truth is not just going to be pushed in your face. You got to go through 100 distractions to get to something that's real. So, here is the card. It is the Ace of Cups. Let me actually put it up here. So this is the message from Abu Fahamed, the Ace of Cups. So hopefully you guys can see that. called the vessel, Ace of Cups. You see the 3 water signs, Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces. You see that's the glyph, tetrahedron, or, you know, a sacred geometrical shape if it's not that shape. But let's look deeper into the imagery here. So we see a book of spells with a candle, looks like a pitchfork. Obviously, we have the cauldron, then surrounded by Hebrew letters. That's Hebrew letters, so it's within the seal of Hebrew letters. Around the tetragrammaton. That's called the tetragrammaton. Where you see that T, that's the tetragrammaton. That seal right there is a tetragrammaton. And of course, if we look at that seal right there, that is the seal of Solomon. Where you see the seal of Saturn right there, that's the Solomon. And let me verify that for you guys. Because if we see here, this says King Solomon, right? Who is the magician. And you see that same sigil right there, or right here. That's that same sigil that you see in the Ace of Cups. So the same sigil you see right there, where you see that H in that circle, is the same one right there. So this is a seal of King Solomon, the tetragrammaton. You got these Hebrew barriers, book of spells candle with the pitchfork, with the sparks flying. Why? Because that's the intelligence of the fire, the sparks. That's how the fire communicates, through its sparks, through its wavy-like motion. Then you have the elixir, which also has Hebrew letters. So you also have Hebrew letters. This is the Goetic deck. Okay? So this is the magical elixir. That we have to create from a book of spells. And I showed you guys sigils earlier. Right? I still got them right here. Still got them right here. Right? Big ass stack of seals. So you have a book of seals, candle magic, so that's natural light. Not artificial light, natural light. So the only light in this room is the light from the candle. Because spirits, the artificial light destroys the ectoplasm. That's why if you look at the early seances back in the 19th century, it was all done under candle light, artificial light, because that destroys the more dense forms of light. So we have the book of spells, candle magic, which helps you to access alpha brain waves. So when you stare into a candle, it naturally puts you in alpha brain waves. So you are in alpha brain waves studying a book of spells, a book of seals, while cooking up an elixir that most likely is supposed to alter your consciousness, to put you in a certain level of consciousness in accordance to the sigil that you use. So based on the sigil that you pick, you got the elixir that puts you in the consciousness that you need to be in. In this particular case, it's putting you in a water consciousness, in the consciousness of the Cancer, the Scorpio, and the Pisces, the water element. So this amplifies the water element within you. We're also dealing with the number 1 that takes us to the energy of Kether, Kabbalistically wise, for those who don't know. And again, I teach more of this on the website, But because I'm mentioning these things, I'll show what I'm speaking about here. Which we see here. This is a Kabbalistic tree of life. You see the Kabbalah right there. The tree of life is called the Oats Kayim. Oats Kayim Kabbalah. That's the Hebrew letters. Oats Kayim. Ion, okay, so I'm talking about Kether. That's Kether. So the number one Kether is the crown. So that's what I'm speaking about. So here's the actual tree. Right, so you see it's very complex. But again, I'll break it down very gracefully. But in this particular case, we're dealing with the crown. Because Kether takes us to the crown. So that's what we're dealing with here. I see the 2020 donation from Petunia, which is interesting. Because the 20th major arcana is actually Pluto. And I'm showing you guys Pluto right now. So that's very interesting. I appreciate you so much, Callie, as always. As always. So no, I'm really going in. I really want you guys to get this. You know, so anything that I get back is greatly appreciated. Because you know it's all a gift. I came just to teach. So everything else is a blessing. So I appreciate that so much. So we see that we are dealing with Kether. We're dealing with the crown. So this is a crown, which is called the vessel. Right? So the Ace of Cups is the crown of cups. Well, what does cups represent? We know, well, cups is the suit of water. Water taps you into your intuition. So we have the Ace of Intuition, the beginnings of intuition. The beginnings of intuition. The elixir starts you on the path of intuition. So I'm guessing that that elixir enhances your intuition. And that book of spells, a sigil was chosen to do that. So you have a sigil for it. You got the candle to get you in the mindset you need to be in. So you are staring into a sigil. You also staring into a candle while drinking the elixir. The beginnings of intuition. This is where witchcraft comes in. Because most spiritual people don't know how to create elixirs. That's more so a witch's duty. It's the witch that's creating those psychedelic drinks that be having you tripping. That's in the form of witchcraft. So most spiritualists ain't creating elixirs like this that will actually enhance, because you can do this. You don't necessarily have to have special ingredients. You just have to have an intention. You just have to have a sigil. So whatever you don't have, a sigil can get it for you. What do I mean? You can charge your elixir with a sigil. That's what's happening here. Why is a sigil open with an elixir? What is the correlation? Why do you see Hebrew letters on the quadrant? Why are they surrounded with a barrier of Hebrew letters? Because it's a magical alphabet. And again, that's why I put great emphasis on that. All this is a magical alphabet full of seals, because seals affect the subconscious mind. The subconscious mind can notice symbols readily, instantly. Symbols instantly have an effect on the subconscious mind. So when you combine that with an elixir that enhances your intuition, and the only reason it's an elixir because we're dealing with the water element. So to enhance the water element, in this particular case, you're going to utilize water to enhance the water. So imagine you had to drink that whole pot. It's like drinking a gallon of water, but you're drinking a gallon full of an elixir. that activates your spiritual abilities instead of just hydrating yourself, because you would drink a gallon of water to hydrate yourself, but you would drink a gallon of elixir to activate your spiritual ability. That's why it's called the beginnings of intuition. The beginnings of intuition is to increase your water intake. The cups also deal with the emotional plane. So this is also an elixir to tame your emotions, to calm them down. Because when they are in the ace, they are in their beginning stages. They have not gained structure and form yet. So that's why you see a liquid. It has no form yet. All it is the essence of a thing, but it is not the thing yet. So the beginnings of new emotions, so the beginnings of intuition, also the beginnings of new emotions. We are in full control of what we feel in a day-to-day basis. We just have to control our emotional energy, which is it's in our power to do that. We don't have to feel whatever we feel based on external situations. We can feel how we want to feel based on our internal science. This is internal science. This is I'm going to feel how I want to feel. I don't give a fuck about what's going on outside of me. I'm not concerned with what I can't change and what I cannot control. I am fully concerned with what I can control. That includes my emotional nature. So being in full control over your emotional nature activates intuition, because intuition is seated at the bottom of your emotions. You have to get past all your emotions to even activate your intuition. That's why emotions most of the time come up very quickly, because emotions is very reactionary. So why most people are very reactionary. What you are striving to do with this elixir is to not be reactionary, where your emotions are not based on what's going on. You're not reacting to anything. You're actually projecting everything. That's the difference. So the Ace of Cups represents the beginnings of feeling how you want to feel based on your own consciousness, not based on someone else's consciousness, not based on the world consciousness, based on your consciousness. And that happens through the element of water. That's how you enhance your dreams. I know that to be a fact. If you have any type of water element where you sleep, your dreams will be enhanced because of the elemental nature of it. It's just that simple. It's also like alcohol. Alcohol, once people drink that alcohol, it's like fire water. Alcohol is fire water. It's water with elements of fire. That's what this elixir is. Any elixir that allows you to have a psychedelic experience or to make you drunk, that's fire. The water is the vessel in which the fire can be contained in, because fire and water are opposites, but they come together in alcohol, which produces a psychedelic experience. In my experience, when people around me drinks liquor starts, when people around me start drinking liquor, they start acting out. This is why. Because it affects your consciousness. And without magic, without those seals, that's why it's seals all over the place. To contain it, it needs to be contained. Something they definitely wouldn't do while sober, because right, you got to have a strong mind. You got to have a strong mind, especially if you really in the field. If you really putting in work, you going into the forest by yourself, 3 a.m. type shit, doing the witching hour to put work in. Especially if you're doing anything of that nature, you got to have super balls or super ovaries. When you really, like, y'all, you really want to bring something up, you really want to summon some powers, you can't be around other people. That's why I'm always in isolation. Most of the time, it's just me. Why? Because I know what I'm working with. If I'm working with demonic forces, that shit can ricochet on someone else if they're not powerful enough to comprehend what's going on. I've seen it. Like, I'd be working with a demon, then somebody else get mad. in the immediate environment, or a fight break out or something like that, because the energy can ricochet for those who are not as powerful as you. That's why you have to be powerful to work with Goetic spirits or demonic spirits. Because I have an experience for them. Like, I have, like, the most demonic forces. I got experiences I will never forget. It's died the fact of recently going vegan, and it's so hard. In the clip off, they say creation is evil, but I don't know what that means. I should indulge or abstain to ascend. When it comes to the diet, let me see how I can put this. For one, your diet should be based on your astrology sign. See, I'm not the person that's going to tell you you should have this certain diet if you want this type of experience, because that's based on your, again, I adhere to astrology, and we have something called medical astrology. Astrology has a medical field, and medical astrology teaches us, based on your zodiac sign, this is what your diet should be. So I would say your diet should be more so based on your zodiac sign, more than, is there a book for this? I don't know if there is an exact book, but you can just type in medical astrology. But again, I'm not sure if there is a actual, because again, I think I did read a book, but I didn't memorize every diet for every zodiac sign. But again, that's not a field that I'm 100% fluid in, but I do know the basics. Like, I know how to connect the zodiac signs to the body parts. And I know what my diet should be, for my zodiac sign. But again, I can easily pull the information out and go through all that. But there's no need for it, because again, you guys can do this on your own time, or just get with me and I help you through it. But your diet should be based on your astrology sign, more so than what experience you're trying to gain. Let's see. So let me give you the basis of why that is, instead of me just telling you what diet you should or shouldn't have. Let me just answer the question of, why does your zodiac sign matter when it comes to diet? The reason why the zodiac sign matters, because you would think like, okay, well, what does your zodiac sign have to do with your diet? Well, your zodiac sign determines your body type. That's the connection. The body type we have is based on your astrology sign. So the way your fat is distributed throughout your body is based on your zodiac sign. The good, bad, and ugly is all based on your zodiac sign. That's what's going to have a more effective route in your magic when you fully master your zodiac sign, because that's the archetypal energy you bring into the world. We each have one of these 12 archetypal energies that are at the forefront of our consciousness. Oh wow, great info. I never linked diet to my zodiac sign. That's what I'm saying, because most astrologers don't study these things. These are plus lessons for those who don't know. Most people just study the basics of astrology. This is plus lessons. This is advanced astrology. And this is not even scratching the surface. You can go into planetary days, planetary hours, transits. There's so many dimensions. There's electional astrology, mundane astrology, natal astrology. There's so many schools. well, I'm not going to say so many, it's 4 main schools of astrology. The 4 main schools of astrology is natal astrology, honorary astrology, electional astrology, and mundane astrology. Those are the 4 schools of astrology. Most astrologers only know the first school, the natal school. The mundane astrology is how you predict world events. You need mundane astrology to predict world events or to know what's going on in the city. Remember, I be talking about the spirits in your city. Well, that's possible through mundane astrology. To know what's going on in your city, you need mundane astrology. Electional astrology teaches you when to do certain things. When should I start a business if I want to be successful in that business? Electional astrology shows you when to start projects or when to start things so that they will be successful. Because if you start something at the wrong time, it will not be successful. It don't matter how hard you try. But if you start something at the right time, it's going to be successful even if you're not really going as hard as you could. Because when the planets support you, you don't have to work as hard. But when you're working against the planets, that's when it feels like we're hiking up mountains. When it don't have to be that if you start projects at the right times. But you see, you need astrology to know that. And honorary astrology is how you answer questions. Quick questions and you don't want all the details. You just need a quick answer. That's honorary astrology. See, all these is advanced schools of astrology. Then, depending on where you are in the world, they got a different perspective. Indian astrology, you know, they have a different way of looking at it. They got the 28 lunar mansions. So instead of 12 houses, they have 28 houses. In the East, because the moon is more important to them. Exactly, there is depending on where you are. You got Mayan astrology, Aztec astrology, Indian astrology, Western astrology, Eastern. You got all these different forms of astrology. And that's why I said this, it really, you have to be made for this. Meaning your mind has to be geared towards these types of studies. Because it takes a lot to know how all these things work, especially when you don't have a teacher. Do you know your Nastra? Yeah, absolutely. If I said that right. I resonate a lot with my chart and Vedic astrology. Yeah, I'm more so, if I do readings, if I've ever done any of you guys' natal chart, I do natal charts from an Eastern perspective. I don't do Western charts. Because to me, everyone else is doing that already. Why would I give you something that you can just get from someone else? To me, that's too easy. So if I ever have done your chart or will do your chart, I come from an Eastern perspective. So that changes your zodiac sign. So, you know, a lot of people, you know, kind of get thrown off. Like if you're used to being a Sagittarius, then I do a natal chart for you and it turns out you're a Scorpio. Eastern wise, not Western wise, but in the East, you would be a Scorpio. If in the West, you're a Sagittarius. So when I do readings, it's like I'm doing readings from an aspect that you were not even familiar with. But to me, that opens up greater doors than me just verifying what you already knew. It's for me to present you with a grander perspective. Because if you start seeing yourself as 2 signs instead of 1, you're not limiting yourself. So that's what I strive to do. I strive to give an Eastern perspective so that I give people a new way of viewing their chart instead of what they're already familiar with, because you can get those for free. That's how I feel. I'm like, why would I charge you for something that you can get for free? You can get Western charts for free at this point. You can probably get Eastern charts for free, but that's less of a thing. But to me, Western astrology is too readily accessible for me to just strictly be in that world. And the East just makes more sense to me. Because in the West, I'm a Scorpio. I'm the mystic all day, Western-wise. But Eastern-wise, I'm the Libra. So I'm just using myself as an example. How do I deal with that? How do I deal with being a Western Scorpio, but an Eastern Libra? Do I resonate more with the Libra? Do I resonate more with the Scorpio? How does that work for me? And my answer is, the Scorpio is more of the outer manifestation versus the Libra is the internal manifestation. That's how I look at it. The Scorpio is the masculine principle, the Libra is the feminine principle. So while I am the mystic, and that's for sure, because you see I'm all about the occult, but the Libra in me is why I want to be eloquent about it. The Libra brings the sophistication. The Libra brings the eloquence. The Libra brings, okay, let me actually show you what this means. Because the mystic, because the Libra is the peacemaker. Scorpio is the mystic. So although I am heavily involved with mysticism, I try to maintain a peace. In the sense of, that's why again, I'm not telling nobody to do anything crazy. I make sure that my delivery is refined. So even though, see, the Scorpio is showing you this Baphomet in front of you, but the Libra is showing you that crystal ball. The Libra is saying, I know this looks pretty extreme, but there is actually science behind this, eloquent science behind this demonic image. So that's how I balance the two. Libra helps me to be more refined with my mysticism. So that it's not about, okay, let me go do something extreme to get extreme results. That's not how I think. I'm thinking about how can I be more refined instead of how can I go harder. How can I be more eloquent? How can I be more sophisticated? How can I be more like Hades? To me, the common denominator between the Libra and the Scorpio is Hades, the Greek god Hades. Why do I say that? Because Hades is the lord of the underworld, but he's very refined. He doesn't hang with the other gods. He doesn't even care to be around them. I feel like I embody the energy of Hades. If we want to take it to the Greek pantheon, I also feel like I embody the energies of Dionysus. But if we're just strictly dealing with Hades, Hades is highly refined, highly eloquent, a universal energy, but he is also the lord of the underworld. He is in charge of the darker spirits, even though he is highly refined in and of himself. So I feel Hades is a deity that embodies that cusp between the Libra and the Scorpio. And there are other deities that do just the same, but this is just how I make it make sense to me. So what would be the common denominator between Sag and Scorpio? I'm going to book a natal chart reading with you. So the difference would be, so let's just say you were a Western Scorpio, but a Western Sagittarius, but a Eastern Scorpio. Well, the best example of that I would say is like somebody like a Jay-Z, right? Because most people know Jay-Z as a Sagittarius, being as though he is born on December 4th. So that would make him a Western Sagittarius, right? And Jay-Z has been known, to speak the truth in his lyrics. But for me, I see him more as the Scorpio, the Eastern Scorpio. Why? Because I felt he was the one that started all this conspiracy shit in hip hop. It was him. What am I talking about? Like all this Illuminati shit, that came from him. They studied him. Why? Because I remember 10 years ago, when all this information really started coming out, You know about the Illuminati, and you know again, this information has been out, but it just really got heavy 10 years ago. Why? Because that's when I started seeing it just everywhere on the internet. You know, when the Blueprint 3 came out, I know exactly because I remember the time. That Blueprint 3 album. Why? Because it was a song on that album called "On to the Next One." For those who know, you already know the song. It was one of the commercial songs on there. But it was a conspiracy theory that was going around that says that song is not really saying "on to the next one." It's really saying "Papa Shango." I'm like, what? How does "on to the next one" turn into Papa Shango? But if you listen to the instrument, you hear like, fuck, it says Papa Shango. But it appears to say "on to the next one." To me, that's some Scorpio shit. I'm like, that's masterful. People thinking they're saying some vanity shit when they really saying some spiritual shit, and they don't even know it. It's genius to me. To me, that's genius. To me, that's some Scorpio shit. So I see the Jay-Z more as a Scorpio. He was a 5%er. I believe the song "The Evils" gave me insight that he wasn't a cultist. No, I don't think he was a 5%er. I know because people saw him wear that 5%er chain, but he said out his own mouth that that wasn't his chain. I think, no, but in his earlier videos when he was with Jazz O, for those who know the history, he actually was a follower of Malachi Z. York. Because if you look at, I believe, the video Hawaiian Sophie, they have a picture of Malachi Z. York in there. Or whatever song that Jay-Z was on with Jazz, or if Hawaiian Sophie, it may be. I think that's what it is. It may be another song. But if you look at that video, they are worshiping Malachi Z. York. So I remember that. So I believe he embraced those teachings more than the 5% teachings. Not to say that he wasn't influenced. I feel that he was influenced because there is a song called "Heaven" on the Magna Carta album where he goes through the supreme mathematics. Arm, leg, arm, head, this is God body. Knowledge, wisdom, freedom, understanding, just trying to get my equality. Food, clothing, shelter, help a nigga get some peace. Happiness for a gangster, ain't no love in these. Yeah, happiness and the gangster. Yeah, see, I know the lyrics because I listen to the motherfucker. Why? I mean, that's that Scorpio energy. Of course, I'm going to listen to a fucking Scorpio. Because he's speaking truth. He's speaking facts. So that's why I'm just using him as an example that everyone can go look up for themselves. So if you study Jay-Z from a Scorpio and you study his lyrics exactly from that first album from The Evils, he's always been saying some Scorpio shit in his music. Because Sagittarius are more lighthearted. Because Sagittarius is ruled by Jupiter. Jupiter is the energy of celebration. So you got those songs, you know, you got the big pimpins, you got the radio hits, sure. But those hits that didn't make it to the radio, but that was on the album, those darker hits, you got those too. So I feel like the Sagittarian energy was more like the hits. So people would more so know him from the hits because that was pushed in front of them. But for those who actually bought the album and listened to the full work, that's when you were more so introduced into the Scorpio energy. When you actually listen to the tracks that are not commercial. And you listen to the depth in which he goes into what he goes into. So I feel like that's Scorpio. So that's exactly why I was spitting my own lyrics earlier, talking about, you know, the difference between a cultist and somebody who's just rhyming and just going off the top of their head. Because they studied, I'm not going to say they studied him, they more so studied Lil Wayne. Because Jay-Z was the first one to not write his rhymes. He is the first. Scorpio, the mystic, was the first one. I don't write nothing down. And to me, he's the only one that don't have to write in his depth in his words. And he don't have to, because he's a Scorpio. That's what I see from my perspective. Because he was the first one. I don't write anything down. I just mumble like a demon. I just mumble, then I figure this shit out. Well, I feel like that's the same thing I do. Like, I've been on here for 262 minutes. However long that is, hour-wise, I don't know how long that is. I just see the minutes here. Let me actually plug this up. Okay. So, to me, that's the Scorpio Sagittarius cusp. More so deals with that, where you got the philosophical energy, because Sagittarius is the philosopher. Then Scorpio is a mystic. So you can say Jay-Z is a combination of the philosopher and the mystic, and that's what we see. You see part philosopher, part mystic. So that's the Scorpio Sagittarius cusp. So that's, again, the whole person me bringing that up is, if you get a natal chart from me, I'm coming from the Eastern perspective. It's going to be a sign that you are not familiar with. But it resonates because it's real. So if it resonates, if I help you to see yourself from a whole different sign, then my job is done. If I'm able to give you a reading and you're like, yo, that's me, even though you're talking about me from a whole different sign, I still resonate with that, sometimes even more. Then that just lets me know, like, the Eastern, I'm not going to say the Eastern is more powerful. The reason I use the Eastern is because I want to show what is hidden. I feel the Eastern shows what is hidden, not what is obvious. I feel the West shows what is obvious. But if you are looking for what is not obvious, if you're looking for what is invisible, you have to go to the East. And that's essentially how I see it. That's how I draw it up. And that's why I use Eastern charts, even though we are here in the West. Because it's, you can easily get Western information, but you cannot easily get the Eastern information, especially for someone who actually knows what they're talking about. From the Eastern perspective, not just a Western astrologer, but an Eastern astrologer. I consider myself an Eastern astrologer because again, there's all these levels of astrology, but these all come from the East. None of this was invented by the Westerners. So when I say mundane astrology, natal astrology, honorary astrology, electional astrology, none of that was invented in the West. The only thing we did was implement Greek and Roman names to our astrology. That's it. Because every other system of astrology uses different names. So the only thing we did here in the West is change the names to Greek and Roman deities. That's it. We just use a different set of gods and goddesses to describe our planets and our zodiacs. It's just a different set that we are more familiar with. But that doesn't mean the science is more accurate, because it's not. Because it's just telling you what is, but it's not telling you what's not. And the secret is not in what is, the secret is in what's not. Because anybody can tell you what is, but the question lies in what is not. Because that shows you how to change. That shows you how to do things you can't do physically. That shows you things that you didn't notice, but now you can focus on. I feel that's what the Eastern energy does. It introduces you to concepts about yourself that you were unfamiliar with. Now you can focus on these things, now that you have become familiar with those, and unlock more dimensions to yourself, instead of amplifying what you already know. I don't want to amplify what you already know. I want to introduce you to more of yourself. So that's my whole premise of, why I've taken it all the way to the East. Even though I started in the West, but I ended up in the East, because that's where they study invisible currency. So eventually, when you start studying invisible currency, the Eastern philosophy just makes more sense. When you're more so about the Eastern occultism. There's also a difference between Western occultism and Eastern occultism. Everything that I talk about is more so Western occultism. Kabbalah, astrology with the Greek and Roman names. All this is Western astrology. Everything that Crowley taught, Western astrology. the tarot, astrology, numerology, that's all West. Eastern occultism deals more so with the astral body. And that's why the yogis is over there making shit fall out the sky and at the top of Mount Everest and not killing, not dying from the difference in the air quality. They can survive in places that most people can't. They're doing shit like that. Whereas us in the West, we're not really interested in shit like that because motherfuckers trying to get money. You get what I'm saying? Because they're all about capitalism. Motherfuckers ain't trying to, okay, let me see if I can climb Mount Everest and survive. They're not even thinking about doing that. But if you can even like, okay, how can I get more money? Then, you know, they're all over that. But that's why the Eastern occultism doesn't really resonate here in the West, because the East is showing you how to do supernatural shit. But here in the West, we don't value that as much as we value the stuff that we shouldn't. Again, the ego. In the West, the ego is dominant. That's why Western astrology is more about the individual. We can also break it down this way. Western astrology is more about the individual. Eastern astrology is more about the all. Eastern astrology shows you how do you connect to the rest of the universe. Western astrology is just all about you. It makes you the center of the universe. Versus what part do you play on the stage of the universe? That's what the East is teaching you. That's why the West can tell you exactly what's going on. Who are you is all surface, because it's all vain. It's all based on the ego. But the East goes to the soul. The Eastern astrology talks more about your soul force, more about your spirit. It's not really dealing with the physical body. And that, I would say that is the main difference between the West and the East. The West promotes the individual, the East promotes the all, and you playing your part within that all. The West ain't about an all, it ain't about a God, it's about you, and this is all about you and what's going on with you. Western occultism, tarot, numerology, astrology, everything that we speak about on this channel. Eastern occultism, astral body dynamics, spirit body dynamics. How to train your body in ways where you can survive in climates that most people would die in. You can survive in temperatures that most people would die in. Again, that's what the yogis is doing. They're mastering their body, figuring out how to do shit we can't. Again, how to make food fall out the sky and shit. How to give life to dead shit. Just things that are very miraculous, but again, because of the environment we are in, we just don't find those things as important. Because we're over here in the West. So this is what I mean, like when you complete your studies, not complete the studies, but eventually your studies will lead you to the East. Once you have mastered the West. That's when, like, once I mastered the West, that wasn't the peak. But that's the peak for most astrologers, for most people who do what I do. Their peak is the West. They don't ever make it to the East. I guarantee it. I guarantee most astrologers are Western astrologers. Most tarot readers is using the Rider-Waite deck. They ain't using that Thoth deck. They don't know about the Kabbalah. Because all this takes time. It takes time. They don't know about the 36 deacons. You see, when I showed you guys the 9 of Cups, and I'm like, okay, this is Pisces being influenced by Jupiter. I didn't have to look that up. I already knew that. I already got it locked in. Most tarot readers don't know the mathematics behind what they're reading. They just know the images. Because that's how most people, they're not combining it all together. And that's why it seems so surface. That's why I was never satisfied with doing that. Because my whole thing is going beyond the surface. My whole thing was to get to the spirit body, to get to the astral body. So that's where the East comes in. to show you what you don't see instead of verifying what you already see. So let me change these tunes. And we will keep going. Let's see what I got. Again, I appreciate y'all. I see there's people still here. I don't know how long. Again, I know it's tough. But you hear it because if it resonates, it resonates. And my whole purpose is to help you to understand yourself. This is all about self. This is knowledge of self. All this is knowledge of self. This tree is within us. We are the tree of life. We are the tree of death. This is all us. But this is you learning how you work. This is you learning how you work. This is you learning that you are 22 dimensions, not just one. You are not just your zodiac sign. You are all signs. You just have a dominant sign, depending on the month you were the month you was born in. That's your dominant sign, but that's not your only sign. Just because you're a Scorpio don't mean you can't tap into the energies of Cancer. Just because you're a Cancer don't mean you can't tap into the energies of Sagittarius. We can tap into any of these dimensions, any of the 12 zodiac, any of the 10 planets. That's why you have 22 Hebrew letters. Just showing you that you can tap into any of these dimensions. But they must be organized, and this is the next part of this video as to why I say like a majority of the conscious people or the woke people, they're all over the place because it's not structured. They're not studying this. You see, the reason this is called the tree of life because it's structured. Everything is where it should be. This is not random. Most people who teach is just random. There is no structure because they don't know the Kabbalah. The Kabbalah gives you structure. If you don't know the Kabbalah, everything you know is unstructured. The Kabbalah is a map. Most spiritual people, there's no, they don't have a map. They just know a bunch of knowledge, and that's what I'm saying. There's a difference between knowledge and understanding. Understanding is the best part. Understanding is where you get the clarity. Understanding is where you understand the map. Can you understand the map? See, most people have knowledge of everything on that tree, but they lack understanding of everything on that tree. Everything on that tree, we're already familiar with. You see planets. You see the planets. You see the zodiac. This is not something that we're not familiar with. But how does it all work as a system? That's the difference. Can you systematically use everything that you've learned as a system of alchemy? As a system of alchemy. What is the tree of death? The tree of death is the opposite of the tree of life. And I know you're asking me about the tree of death because people don't teach it either. That's the dark side. The tree of life is the light side. The tree of death is the dark side. And yeah, again, that's hidden. That's secretive. That's something that isn't publicly spoken about at all. See, people can speak about the tree of life all day, all night. But yeah, you start speaking about the tree of death, it's a little different. It's a little different because you work with different types of energies. You're not working with the same energies. Because I'll show you the example of what I'm speaking about here. So, if you look at this side of the tree of life, you see angels. Raphael, Hanel, Michael, Gabriel, you see the archangels here, right? Metatron, Raziel, so on and so forth. You see archangels. And you see Hebrew letters, Kaf, Shin, Tav, Resh, Zadi, Pe, Ayan. You see Hebrew letters, all right? But this is all the light side. This ain't showing you the darkness. But you got to get through the light. You have to grind yourself in the light to understand the dark. So once you're fully rooted in the light, then you descend into the dark. It's the same thing I was saying before. You start at the crown and you end up in the darkness. You start at the crown and you end up at the root chakra. You start with the tree of life and you end at the tree of death. And of course, I can show some imagery. So if I type in tree of death, you see ain't nothing really coming up. The closest thing you see is this. This is probably the closest thing to the tree of death. So you got the tree of life up top, the tree of death at the bottom. Basically. So the tree of death will be like the roots of the tree. So the tree of death will be the roots of the tree. So the tree of life is the manifestation of the roots. So the tree of death essentially is what gives life to the tree of life. The tree of death gives birth to the tree of life. Right? But again, they're only going to give you the light side. They're not going to ever talk about the dark side. When you need that to complete your studies. The same way Christians had to study demonology as a part of their studies. Demonology is a part of Christian studies. So even Christians, worshipers of Jesus, who's all about the light, they still are required to study the demons. Not to work with them, just to be aware. I guess to cast them out of people if they feel people are dealing with demons, so they got to be aware of the demons. So they study demons. Any well-studied pastor has studied demonology. That's required study. Because how can you help somebody to tell I'm dealing with a demon and you don't know what they are? So it was required study. So the same way you study the tree of life, like it's required study, you study the tree of death, like it's required study. But you see, they just omit the tree of death like it ain't necessary. Like all you need is the tree of life. It's the same thing with religion, where they leave you with just the remnants of the truth. So the only thing we have with the tree of life is the remnants of truth. And that's why I'm explaining it in a different way. The way I explain it is not how most people explain it. I had to come to this understanding on my own. I had to get the power back to it. Because people do a terrible job describing these things. The tree of life, the Kabbalah. People do not do a good job explaining these things because, again, they may have knowledge, but they haven't reached a level of understanding yet. They haven't committed the tree to memory yet. There's a difference between somebody who's just presenting information versus somebody who actually practices what they're talking about. So everything you see in front of you, I know everything on that tree. I can take that tree away and I can reproduce that tree to the smallest element. I know every sephira, every path. Because I'm actually putting it into action. I'm not just studying it and speaking about it. I can manifest the truth of the tree of life, just like I can manifest the truth of the tree of death. And that's why I even mentioned the tree of death. See, I didn't mention the tree of life without mentioning the tree of death. I mentioned them both because I want to give you a holistic perspective here. I'm not just going to take you with the light. Again, that's why you got the Baphomet in front of you with the crystal ball. I'm showing you both sides. I'm showing you both sides because it is holistic. Because if I'm able to show you the light and the dark and show you the common denominator between the two, you see that one is for a certain purpose and another one is for a different purpose. It's the ion, the ninth dimension or beyond. Well, the ion, well, I can just show you. It's right here. It's above Kether. So you got 3 dimensions above Kether. So you see you got the ion, the ein, not the ion, the ein, sulfur. So those are the 3. You see the 3 emanations. You see 3 degrees here. You see this little inner emanation here. You see this purple and you see this blue. So you see like a pinkish, a purplish, and a bluish. So that bluish is the ein. The ein sulf is the purple, and the ein sulfur is the pink. That's why you also have the void, the limitless all, and the infinite light. So when you're talking about the ein, you're talking about the void. The ein sulf is the limitless all, and the ein sulfur is the infinite light. So these are the dimensions. So yes, all of these levels are above Kether, which is where this energy first manifests physically. So the ein, sulf, and sulfur first manifests itself physically through Kether, which is why it's the crown. So the first level it hits is Kether, which is the combination of the masculine and the feminine principles. So that's why it's the crown. This is the masculine and the feminine principle as one. So this is the first manifestation from the ein sulfur, or as they call the horizon of eternity, the horizon of eternity. All right? So that's what that means. So just to answer your question. But again, this is 50%. At the tree of life, you got the tree of death. So this is half of the story. Because to fully understand what you're capable of, you gotta know that you can destroy some shit too. It's one thing to know that you can build things up. It's another thing like, okay, if I need to tear some shit down, I can do that too. Because that makes you dangerous. That's what makes people not fuck with you. When they know that you can tear some shit up. Because it's one thing to be all love and light. And that's all they know you for, but they know you for peace. But they also know you for destruction. When necessary. Honorably. When it's needed. That generates fear. See, working with the light will generate love, but love isn't enough. Because the people that don't love you, they will hate you. But what we are attempting to do is transmute that hate into fear. Because you would rather people fear you than hate you. See, everybody will like, I love my haters. Fuck haters. People try to spin this shit like it sound cool. They don't know what they're talking about. Even the mundane vanity shit we speak about, there's still no basis in reality to it. There is no I love my haters. This is, I will put the fear of Allah in my haters. Because if they get the fear of Allah in them, they probably won't fuck with you. But a hater will come test you or come pull your coat with you talking all that love and light shit. They don't have a reason to stand down. Just as an example. But when you tell people like, yeah, I'm with God and devil, I guarantee they don't know how to respond to that. Because if you say, oh, I'm with the Lord, I'm with God, nobody cares. That's not going to get you kicked. You can be yelling into a microphone. I'm a messenger of God. I'm all about God's word, God this, God that. Ain't nobody going to bother you at all. You probably will have people cheering your ass on. All these light beams. You can attract the light beams, sure. Let you say I'm riding with the devil. fuck God, say that, they'd be ready to put hands on you. They'd be ready to put hands on you. But to fuck them up even more, I'm riding with God and devil. I'm riding with the light and the dark. Because that ain't something that they're prepared to answer or deal with. When you say you're of God, but you will take it there. Now people have to reevaluate how they deal with you. Because they're not going to assume you're soft. And they're not going to assume you're going to show them mercy. So it keeps people on their toes. How I know? Because that's how people feel when they are amongst me. I know. I can be walking down the street, a motherfucker want to cross the street before they cross my path. They'll walk in the main street before they cross my path. Not because I'm threatening them or I look dangerous. I look like anybody else. But the energy is different. And it feels like some shit may pop off if you say the wrong thing. Because when you give people that energy, it keeps them on their toes. But that's what you need. We don't need love. We need fear. Ain't nobody else gonna tell you that. Let everyone else try to convince you that we need more love on the planet. We don't need more love on the planet. We need more fury on the planet. And I don't mean the fury that we are experiencing in these streets. I'm not talking about that type of fury. I'm talking about the mystical fury. I'm talking about the fury that you can't see. I'm talking about the fury that gives people bad dreams. That's a whole different level of war. When a person can't sleep because they're always having nightmares and they don't know why, that's a different level of warfare. People are not thinking like that, where you don't even have to physically do anything to people because you have integrated with the invisible forces. And you're not just using it haphazardly either. And that's the thing, it ain't to use it haphazard. When it's necessary, that's what the dark side is for. The dark side is war magic. For those who don't understand this. Black magic is war magic. This is the magic used in war. Black magic, war magic. The art of war is black magic. If you feel like we are not at war, then continue to use your white magic. But if you acknowledge that we are at war, and we have been at war, and it ain't stopping, then you start to consider black magic. Like, oh, this is actually my defense against the war. The spiritual warfare. The psychological warfare that we have to constantly face. The dark side allows you to see it for what it is. Why do you think people were afraid of witches? Witches, they wasn't afraid of witches because what they can do physically. It was what they can do in the underworld. And it got so bad that they tried to exterminate all witches. We already know about the Salem witch trials. That's just how much they feared what we call the devil. That was fear. Because they couldn't explain what was going on with the people. People were just dying for no reason. So the only thing they can grasp is there gotta be these witches. So anytime they saw a witch, they was lynched, they was burned. All of the stuff. Over the supernatural. You were being killed for what you can do in the supernatural plane. And sometimes you may not even have done anything. People just thought you did it. You just may be the local witch. Because you was born that way. But you don't have nothing to do with none of that shit, but you end up getting fucked over. just because of your bloodline. Why? Because that's what the witch marks are. You have witch marks. You have bloodlines. If you had the blood of a witch or a mark of a witch, you were haunted. You can type it in right now, witch marks. They had a whole philosophy. If you had the mark of a witch, it's a whole philosophy. It's not current, but in medieval times, they had this whole process of identifying a witch, because in their minds they felt that witches were born. So if witches were born, that must mean that they have an actual mark that you can identify because they were born a certain way. So they was very deep with identifying the marks of a witch. It's all there. I think this is still true. Real witches can be identified by their marks. Not scars, marks. If you know what marks to look for. It's the same thing like palm reading. If you can understand the lines, you know exactly who this person is. If you can read a person's face, you know exactly who you're dealing with. All this is secret sciences that we already knew, that we invented, that we continue to practice to this day. But it's in the East. Face reading is a Eastern science. Reflexology is a Eastern science. Sexology is a Eastern science. Tantra is a Eastern science. All that comes from the East. So to make this perfectly clear, the dark side has been veiled for those reasons. All we gotta do is look at history as to why they would want to cover up the dark side. Just look at the Salem witch trials if you really want to understand the power of the dark side that will make people want to take you off of this planet. Not because you did something wrong, but because you're a threat. Because they fear what they don't understand. That's why even to this day, you still have to operate in secret. Even though you got people who are very obvious with what they do, but these are not the people you should be around at all, honestly. Do not be around anybody who just wants everybody to know what they're into, because you're opening yourself up to be judged and to be betrayed. You will be betrayed. Why? Because there's going to be somebody who don't like what you're into, but they will choose to be around you just to see what's really going on, so they can plot against you, so that they can backbite. People do this all the time. Hanging with people that they don't even like, just to gather information. Because they said something that they didn't understand and they trying to see what's up. You don't even want to be in those predicaments. Nobody should know what you're into, if anything at all. Like, you're not going to see me outside and know that I'm a fucking warlock because I'm wearing a goddamn cloak. It's not going to happen like that. Because it needs to be concealed. Recently met a witch. She said that seeing isn't believing, believing is seeing. What does that really mean? I mean, who the fuck knows what she meant by it? I can tell you what I think it means. But who again? This is just another person quoting some shit that they didn't invent. That's why it's so hard to understand people nowadays, because they're just repeating shit that they heard from somewhere else and they don't even know what it means. Believing is seeing. I guarantee she didn't invent that. Just heard somebody, oh, that's some fly shit to say, and just took it. That's what people do. They just hear some fly shit and they just repeat it. Honestly, I heard that from a Santa Claus movie. This is what I'm saying. I know that was not an original phrase. It's just motherfuckers. They think they know. This is what the ego does to motherfuckers. You think you saying some slick shit? You're not, because you ain't the first person to say it, and you don't even know what it means. And why would somebody say some shit and not break down what the fuck it means anyway? Imagine me just saying some shit and you don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about. And I'm not going to explain it either. I'm just going to just fuck your mind up. Huh. Believing in seeing and then walk off on you? Sound like some shit a Christian would do, right? I'm just going to say some shit to you that I heard from somewhere else. And I'm going to walk away before you ask me what it means because I don't even know what it means. Well, it just sounds good. And again, I don't want to focus on the Christians. Just anybody religious who's just quoting Bibles, quoting Qurans. She really did walk off. This is what I'm saying. It's like, because that's the people are trying to have this effect on people, like they really doing some shit. With the tree of death, wouldn't the 7 angels oppose polarities and beat the 7 princes of hell? Again, whether you're right or wrong about that, you will have to discover it. But that is a good thought to have. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, if your own original mind took you there, like, damn, 7 planets, 7 princes of hell. Maybe there's a connection. If your mind is moving you in that direction, I say follow it. If that just popped in your mind, I'm like, oh shit, that's your intuition speaking to you. So that may be a way for you to understand this, because it isn't stagnant. The tree of life, the Kabbalah, isn't stagnant. You can see it in a variety of ways. It's not just one way to see it. That's why there's 3 different versions of the Kabbalah. There's 3 different versions. You got the Kabbalah with the K, you got the Kabbalah with the C, you got the Kabbalah with the Q. Those are 3 different traditions. It's all the Kabbalah. No, it's all the tree of life. Well, the tree of life has 3 different phases. The tree of life with the C is Christian. The tree of life with the K is Hebrew. The tree of life with the Q is Kemetic. These are 3 different systems. I guarantee most people can't even do that for you. They can't even tell you the difference between the trees. But I'm going to let you know so that you don't get confused. So when you see variations of trees, there's a reason why you see variations, because these variations come from different traditions. So not only was a Christian studying demonology, they also studied Kabbalah. Kabbalah with a C. C-A-B-A-L-A. That's the Christian Kabbalah. So even they have their own Kabbalah. And again, I would say that's more so spiritual Christians. I wouldn't say that's traditional Christians. More so spiritual Christians, more New Agey Christians. Because that's essentially where the knowledge is now, where religion understands that it has to keep up with the New Age. So even religious people try to integrate their teachings. Like you even have now where you can go to church and hear prosperity teachings. When that's a New Age thought, that comes from the New Thought movement. You didn't hear nothing like that from a church, but you got them now. You got churches that talk about positive thinking. You got churches that talk about the law of attraction. Anything to keep the followers inside them doors. Sure. If you guys are into this, let's integrate this into the teachings. They can do that. They can integrate the Kabbalah into the teachings. Oh, you guys are into Kabbalah? Well, we got the Christian version over here. Anything they got, it came from somewhere else. Because they don't really fully embrace it. And so they may embrace the tree of life. They're not embracing the tree of death. They may embrace Jesus, but they're not embracing Jesus with a crystal ball. They take the crystal ball out and leave the image. Being very selective about what is revealed. And yes, the Salem witch trials is heavily covered up. It's the same way they cover up Tusla. the Tulsa massacre, right? Black Wall Street. Y'all know about that, right? When they bombed Black Wall Street and they still suffer to this day, that's still not even taught. Most people still don't even know that history. Because most people are still focused on, oh, this, niggas can't get their shit together, blacks can't get their shit together. Well, how do you explain when Black Wall Street was destroyed by the police force over a lie? A teenager, a 17-year-old teenager was accused of raping like a 14-year-old white girl, which was a lie. It wasn't true. But they arrested him. They arrested that young man. And when he was at the jail, what did they do? A white mob surrounded the jail. Several hundred men surrounded the jail, ready to lynch that ass. Ready to lynch that ass. So what happened? The blacks came with reinforcement. We ain't gonna let you just slaughter our homie like that, and he didn't even do it. Because they didn't even want to take him to court. They just wanted to kill him. They wanted to hang him. So that's what started it off. Blacks were trying to defend their own because their own was innocent. But they wasn't trying to hear it. And that resulted in the National Guard being called in, just like today in these cities. The same way they're calling in the National Guard now, they called in the National Guard then. But in this case, they called in air reinforcement because those bombs, which left over 1,000 families fucked, being from managers to housekeepers, going from owning your own business to cleaning someone else's toilet. That's reality. Not no fault of your own either. It's just because people are sickening. Like, why do you need to call in the Air Force to drop bombs on people's homes and leave them fucked over? The most wealthiest blacks in the country at the time. We're going to send in planes to destroy their wealth because they're trying to defend their own who is innocent, who did not do what he was accused of. The same thing with Emmett Till, who did not whistle at the white woman, who actually, she wanted some dick. Then her husband came in and she had to save face. That's the real story. He never whistled at that woman. She actually wanted him, and she would have gave him some ass had that husband not walked in. So she didn't want to look like a little slut bucket. So she got him killed. And that's why she told the truth on her deathbed, that he really didn't do it. But that was already known at the time. But you see what his fate was. His fate was because of something he didn't do, not something he actually did do. Same thing with the 17-year-old at Tulsa. Black Wall Street was destroyed over a lie, not the truth. Not something that actually occurred. And if it did occur, let the man have his day in court, or the teenager at the time, because he was 17. Let him have his day in court. But they didn't want to do that. They wanted to supersede the law, like they're trying to do in today's times. But this is our history. This is why our people are all over the place with no proper guidance, and even our own people are still trying to scam us. The movie Rosewood, yeah, that again, I don't know about what movie talks about this, but yeah, I'm sure there's movies talking about all this stuff. Because right, it's not taught in school, so you gotta learn it from a movie, you gotta learn it from someone else. Because this ain't something that they want to talk about. But this is less than 100 years ago, and the only reason I mention it because one of the survivors who was 7 years old at the time, she was a woman. She was 7 years old when this occurred, and now she's suing the city. This is recent, I believe. I just read that yesterday. So it's a woman who was 7 years old at the time, and so she witnessed it. She experienced it as a child, and she's now suing the city, which has been done before, but it failed. So she's taking a different approach. So that's the only reason I'm mentioning these things. Because again, I try to stay abreast to everything that's going on in the world, but I try not to, bring all of the worldly stuff into the spiritual conversations. But in times where they need to be had, just to emphasize why the dark side is needed. You need the dark side to keep your ass protected. When motherfuckers accuse you of doing things you didn't do, when they point the finger at you and you didn't have nothing to do with it, where you got motherfuckers getting killed in the streets and don't have nothing to do with nothing, this is where the spirit comes in. This is where the dark side comes in. This is where the war magic comes in. This is where black magic comes in. So that you can defend yourself when the truth is being weighed against you. Because again, Saturn is the shield. And if you are honorable, if you are righteous, then you don't have nothing to worry about. If you're not out here fucking over people, you don't have nothing to worry about. Because the spirits will shield you, literally will make you invisible. I have had this happen to me. There are certain spirits that make you invisible. I tested it. This shit works. It's like I was on the passenger side of a car. Got pulled over by the cops. Had weed in the car and every goddamn thing right on my lap. Cop didn't even notice that I was in the car at all. Like I didn't have, again, this is just what happens. Why? Because was I trying to harm anybody? No. I don't know. Again, I'm in someone else's car. I'm in the passenger seat. But I'm sigiled up. I got my sigils at play. Every time I travel, I have my sigils on deck. I had the magic on deck. So I feel that's why, it wasn't too much going on. In terms of, I was able to survive all these hardships without too much residue. The whole purpose of me traveling in these streets is to learn and master war magic. For those who didn't understand that. Because I've showed myself, in the streets, traveling, navigating, going from here, to there. Then the question becomes, why? Why put yourself through such hardship when it's not necessary? Because it was never necessary. I didn't ever have to suffer. It was by choice for self-mastery, to learn the dark side, to learn the dark magic. And I felt the only way to sincerely learn is to put myself in a position where you have to use it. Versus you just learn it at your own leisure and you really don't have to use it. I feel like that approach wouldn't have been effective enough. So when you say like, all right, either I live or I die by my magic, then you don't have a choice. Where every day you gotta survive off of your magic. You still carry those Olmec seals on you? Yeah, whenever I travel, I'm sigiled up. I'm sigiled up anytime I travel. Because I understand it's necessary. Because you can't put it in nobody else's hands to shield you. You must shield yourself. So even if I'm using any one of these sigils, I'm using some type of sigil. Because this is why we use them as shields. So with the darkness, I put myself in very dangerous situations. The most dangerous situation you could put yourself in. Stay strapped. And that's the thing. I never had to carry a gun. I never had to pull out a pocket knife. None of that. It never got to that level. And I feel this because the spirits were active. The worst thing that happened was I got things stolen from me, which is my own fault. So that's what I'm saying. I didn't take it. It wasn't like, oh, I didn't take no L's, but I didn't have any physical damage done to me. The only thing that happened was like I was sleeping. Somebody got me when I was sleeping, which was my own fault. So I'm not even blaming them. They just saw something. It's like any other savage. You see something and you just take the opportunity. No problem. But that's as far as it went. It was nothing got taken from me that couldn't be replaced. And after those situations happened, they didn't happen again. So what I was doing wrong, it was corrected. Because you had to put your faith in something. Either you putting your faith in the gun, or you putting your faith in the spirits. But you got to have your faith in something, because we see how dangerous it is in these streets. And the streets just get more and more dangerous. And again, we ain't seen the worst yet. The streets will continue to get more dangerous. Would you use them in conjunction with stones and crystals? If I was doing a spell, but that wasn't the reason of me carrying it. It was more so for evocation. But yeah, if you were doing a spell with a sigil, sure. But if you were just carrying the sigil as a shield, then yeah, you don't need to bring a bunch of other stuff, because you're trying to travel as light as possible. So you ain't trying to bring stones and crystals. You just want to reduce all that to a sigil so that you don't have to have all that weight on you. So this is what I mean by I had to place myself in the situation to perfect it. Can we use certain sigils to protect our loved ones? I don't see why not. Just you can make it for them. Tell them to keep it in their wallet or keep it in their purse. It ain't even got to be something that they think about. So yeah, if you want to pass it on to someone, sure. Just to experiment with if it's real, sure. Just make sure that's what you're doing it for. You know what I mean? Don't do it for soft reasons. Oh, I want them to be shielded. No, you want to gain experience. Does it work? Because if it works, it works. If it don't, it don't. But you got to figure that out first. But they will tell you if it worked, because they will have an experience to let you know. Because if you tell them what you're doing, this is what deity you're working with, this is what that deity does. So when those situations occur in their life, and they experience supernatural events, they know why. Like, I have experienced so many supernatural events with sigil magic. It's ridiculous. Where the spirit is talking directly to you. It isn't happening. I've been walking down the street, and literally a pole catches on fire for no reason. And I'm the only one outside to see it. There's shit like that happen to me. You would just imagine walking down the street. You're walking down the street, 3 in the morning or whatever the fuck. I'm night walking. Then just imagine you got a light pole right across the street from you, and that motherfucker catching on fire. Boom! Because you know what you're working with. You're working with the fire spirits. I'm working with the fire spirits. Then for no reason, shit is catching on fire, and there's no reason. It's raining outside. I remember the day. It was raining, and the fucking pole caught on fire. Like, how the fuck is that possible? But I know what I was dealing with. I'm dealing with the fire spirit. So that's just them letting me know, we see you. Now you see us. It's just it's so many situations. Like again, I just told you about the situation where I conducted the invisibility spell, where like I'm testing it to see what happens. And literally, it's like you can tell where a person like literally does not even see you, and you're right in front of them, and it's like like when a person literally doesn't, you don't even register to a person's consciousness. It's different than somebody just not speaking to you. But again, this is all war magic, because these are the situations in which you will use this in. You use these abilities in war situations. Because why else would you need to be invisible and move undetected? That's something you would do during war. But we are in war, and we have been at war. That's why the dark side will always supersede the light. Because you always have people against you who would rather you not know anything, who would rather me not be running my mouth, who would rather, people just be stupid and stay slaves. And they benefit. There's certain people who would love nothing more for that to be. So we keep giving out that counterbalance. We make sure that that does not happen. That counterbalance is war magic, black magic, dark magic, demon magic, archdevils. But this is the righteous side of it, because every time we hear about these things, it's always in a negative light. Like you're just dealing with a dark demonic person who's just hell-bent on fucking people up for no reason, or who's just a savage who needs to feed their own desires. And that don't have anything to do with the dark side. They just show you that, they put that in your face. That's why when you see movies about the dark side, it's always somebody doing something fucked up. And they just have lost control over it. But that's what happens. You can lose control over the chaos. That's why Ra takes Set into the underworld with him. Because Apep is lurking in the Duat. Apep is lurking in the darkness. So Set must be your shield. I know that because Set came. And again, I talked about this before. When I went to the Grand Canyon, who did I find? Set. Came right to me. Literally, somebody wrote a phone number. When you're at a hotel and they write down numbers here. Call this number if you need room service, whatever. It was literally somebody wrote their name and a number, and it was upside down, and it looks like Set. It was the hour of Saturn, the day of Saturn. And I saw Set on the TV screen. I was watching a documentary that didn't have anything to do with Set, but somehow Set got in that documentary, and they was zooming in close on Set at that particular hour, at that particular day. Because Set, this is what I mean by the spirits will find your ass. If you have enough light, they will find you. Because I wasn't looking for Set, but obviously that motherfucker was looking for me. Because if you got enough light, they want you to acknowledge it. Why not? If you are no different than them. They see that you putting in the work, why not? Oh, I see you working, let me give you something else to work with. Why wouldn't they do that? Wouldn't you do that? When you see your homies working, when you see the homegirls working, like, yo, let me give you another dimension to work with. Because I see you working. The spirits will treat you the same way. Oh, I see you working, let me give you something else to chew on. Why not? Because you know you're not going to give it to a person that's not going to take it and do something with it. And that's what the spirits don't like. They ain't gonna share no information with you if you ain't gonna do shit with it. Why? Why build a connection with a spirit and you're not listening? But again, the ego will allow you to do that. Start making demands and shit. People be getting crazy with these spirits. Like they're not archetypal forces here to assist you. Versus you just command them to do what you want. So it's a difference. The same way you respect your ancestors, you respect the spirits. You're not worshiping them. You're not idolizing them. It's just a level of respect. Because you are a respectful person. Versus again, but when we hear about the dark side, we hear about people that are opposite. You hear about somebody who's a savage, who's going to accomplish their goals by any means necessary. Don't matter who they gotta hurt, who they gotta harm. And that's just not the mentality that you have when you're in the darkness, coming from somebody who travels the dark. That ain't something that I developed into. I just started working with the dark. Now I have crazy desires. Now I'm trying to kill some shit. Now I'm trying to harm people. That ain't what happened. If anything, it made me more refined. It made me more isolated. It made me not want to waste my time and my energy around people who can't benefit from it. If anything, it made me more refined. Let me change this music. So again, we just don't hear too many people speaking about the darkness and what it has actually done for them because it's secretive. It's secret. They don't want nobody to know that they have any dealings with these energies. Let's see. Yeah, sure. How long have we been live? I don't even know. How long have we been live? Cause y'all just let me know. You know what I mean? Y'all, if y'all ready to turn in, we can drop it. You know what I mean? I can be here all night. Y'all already know what I'm capable of. So y'all let me know where y'all want to go from here. Ask your questions, or is it time to check out? Y'all let me know where y'all want to go from here. $5 hours? That motherfucker said 5 hours. God damn. Again, I just see the. I'm missing anything. I just see the minutes, cause I don't see the hours. So that's why I'm asking, cause I just see it just says 3:25. So I didn't know how many hours that was. So goddamn 5 hours. It's funny when you spoke about the dark, the light side. You reminded me of Yu-Gi-Oh! How Yugi had the dark spirit of the Pharaoh. He used to battle with war. Exactly. Because it's based in reality. The fact that what I'm saying to you actually reminded you of that is because that's how it works. Right, the Pharaoh, that Yugi, because he had to put together the millennial puzzle, or the millennium puzzle, not the millennia puzzle. I don't know. It may be 4 hours. It may be 5 hours. I don't know. Someone said it was 5. It may be 4. I don't know. But going back to the Yu-Gi-Oh, that's exactly. He had to piece together the millennium puzzle, and when he solved the puzzle, he unlocked himself. Really, Yami was Yugi's holy guardian angel, which was a reward for his labor, because his grandfather could not solve the puzzle, so he passed it to his grandson. So Yugi's grandfather discovered the puzzle, but he couldn't solve it because his mind was old, so he needed a fresh mind to solve the problem. But it was Yugi's destiny to receive that. So when Yugi solved the puzzle, it unlocked his holy guardian angel, or his higher self, which he activated right when he went to war, when he dueled. His higher self came out when it was time for war. Exactly. The spirits work in the same way. So you can see how working with those spirits outside of that context can be chaotic. And that's what most people experience. If they do experience any type of chaos, it's because it's war magic. So when war magic is used outside of war, it can be chaotic because it's for war. So yeah, so you making that connection, a wide world, you making that connection is right and exact. Because all these shows are based in truth, just hidden truth. Something you wouldn't know unless you put that work in. So as a reward for solving the puzzle, he unlocked his higher self. The puzzle is just the occult. It's all symbolic. The puzzle is the occult. The puzzle is these 10 attributes, these 10 planets, these 12 zodiac signs, this tree of life, this tree of death, so on and so forth. So on and so forth. So understanding what you're really dealing with here, it takes out the fear. Because Yami was a 5,000-year-old spirit. Oh, my zodiac sign, Scorpio. Scorpio the mystic. Yeah, it's pretty obvious though, right? Crystal balls, Kabbalahs, sigils, Baphomets, Goetic seals. Seems like some Scorpio shit, right? Tarot cards. So all of these concepts allow us to unlock chambers of ourselves. So once again, Yami, who is Yugi's higher self, was a 5,000-year-old spirit. But even that is suspect. What do I mean? According to history, we have only been writing for 5,000 years. They say writing and language was invented 5,000 years ago, according to history. So basically, according to history, we have only been civilized people for 5,000 years, according to history. To me, that doesn't make any sense. But I know where they're coming from. They're coming from the birth of what we call the Caucasian. Meaning, Caucasian people have been around for 6,000 years. That's their birth on the planet, according to Elijah Muhammad, which we learn in these 120 lessons. This is where that comes from. So, of course, they're going to say, oh, well, the world has only been civilized since we've been on the planet. That's essentially what white supremacy is. That's the whole ideology behind that. Where they felt they brought civilization to the world 5,000 years ago when they were created. Like everyone else. But before that. Now, according to the supreme wisdom, because that's what it is called. If you go to the Nation of Islam, they don't call it 120 lessons. That's what the 5%ers call it. The Nation of Islam calls it the supreme wisdom, which is a variation of 120. There's different wordings. So again, all this comes from Elijah Muhammad, and when he was alive, he allowed his information to be challenged, and he was given money rewards. It's all documented. He always challenged anybody to prove him wrong, and he would reward them with money, and no one ever proved him wrong in his lifetime. People started talking shit after he died. So just keep that in mind, that for the 75 years he was on this planet, the information was not challenged, because he was the first to talk about all this stuff. This was not common knowledge. So that the 6,000 year history of the Caucasian, that's not common knowledge. That's not something they're going to tell you. That ain't what you learn in school. That's not common knowledge. But his teacher taught him that, because his teacher came from the East. His teacher was W.D. Farad, who came from Mecca, who came from the East. He taught the Westerner. The Easterner taught the Westerner the actual history of the world, because obviously the history in America has been altered. What do I mean by altered? We don't know anything about the Olmecs. That's what I mean by altered. Why don't we know anything about the Olmecs? We don't know anything about the Olmecs because they were original people. That's why. We don't know about the Olmecs because we are the Olmecs. We didn't come over here on boats from Africa. That didn't happen. If that did happen, they would have revealed the Olmec history. The Olmec history is hidden because when you look at those Olmec heads, it looked like black people. It looked like black people. It don't look like Spanish people. It don't look like white people. And I'm just using these terms, just general terms. Those Olmec heads don't look like anyone else but original people. They don't look like anyone else. So of course they're going to say, we don't know nothing about this. Why are these gigantic heads who look like black people? We don't know where this came from. We don't know nothing about it. They also use 12,000 years of mythological history to justify Christianity. Absolutely. It's all based around their religion and their history. This is all them. Has nothing to do with you. And again, when I say them, I'm not trying to separate people. I'm just talking about the people who think like this, who have the time to alter history. Not the ones who don't agree with this shit. So I'm speaking about specific types of people who are arranging and lying to the people. Not the ones who are embracing the truth. So that's what it is. So they rather tell you came over here on slave ships than tell you like, oh, your people were already in America. Because that's what Noble Drew Ali told you. The Prophet of Islam told you that. Noble Drew Ali said Africa was in America. We were already here. That's what the Prophet said. Who was the first man to mention Islam on the Western Hemisphere? Noble Drew Ali. So whose word are you going to take? I just choose to take the word of those who taught properly, whose works can still be proven to this day. You can still prove Noble Drew Ali's works. You can still prove Elijah Muhammad's works, W.D. Farad's works. Anybody who came in the name of Islam in America, even Marcus Garvey, Noble Drew Ali, W.D. Farad, Elijah Muhammad, all these men came in the name of Islam, and their works still shine through to this day. There was no sense of consciousness before Islam. There was no conscious community. There was no being conscious of nothing before Islam hit America. That's how that happened. We became conscious when Islam hit America, when Noble Drew Ali was on the scene teaching Islam, when Elijah Muhammad was teaching Islam, when Marcus Garvey was teaching Islam. These are the enlighteners. That's just the actual history. that we never, these are not, none of these people are really celebrated in Black History Month and all that, because these are not the people that are meant to be known. You know what I mean? Islam is already a taboo topic in America anyway. But Islam is what gave us consciousness. And that's not something that we can ignore. What's up, Isaiah? To even be conscious, it came from the secret sciences that came from Islam, not Christianity. Why? Because you had pastors when slavery was still in effect. Christianity was already taught. So Christianity was already on the scene when the Pope made slavery okay. That's how that happened. Slavery was ordained by the Pope. It was legal. This is what I'm saying. Like, because when I first started this live stream, I was talking about the law and how the law is not based on morality. That's a perfect example. Slavery was legal, but the law was never based in morality. The law was based in capitalism. And again, that's why I use prostitution as an example. Prostitution is only illegal in cities bigger than 400,000 people. That's it. It is nothing. It's not about the morality of it. It's just about where you are in the country and how many people are around you. That's what makes it right or wrong. Not because of the act in and of itself. So Islam, not the religion, the culture, which is mathematics once again, not the religion. I'm not talking about what they're doing over in Mecca. I'm not talking about the Arabs. I'm not talking about what they do. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about in America. Our ancestors, not theirs. Because Islam in America is different than Islam overseas in the East. It's not the same. But again, Islam is why we even have any type of consciousness. Not Christianity or any other religion. So if we ever had a savior, they came in the name of Islam. They didn't come in the name of Christianity or any other religion. Buddha didn't come to America to save you. Jesus didn't come. Jesus was already in effect. The only person that came is in the name of Islam. And then we start to grow consciousness when we realize, oh wait, we're actually more than this. Because Noble Drew Ali corrected the history. We didn't know what the fuck was going on. They're just lying left and right about what actually happened in America. They will never tell you what actually happened in these lands. They will never tell you. They think this shit started with Christopher Columbus and Native Americans, and they got wiped out with disease. It ain't. It's just more to it. The Native Americans was the inheritors of this land. That's why they're called Indians. They're from India. They're from the Far East. The natives are from the Far East, not the Olmecs. But you see, history is so scrambled. It's not easy to piece these things together to make sense out of it, to find out where you stand in the scheme of it all. Where do you fit into all this? What side are you on? Well, it should be based on the history. I can't subscribe to Christianity because of all the bloodshed behind it. I can't subscribe to any religion because they didn't kill motherfuckers and force people to subscribe to it. There's no history of the occult doing that to anybody. There's no history of they killing motherfuckers trying to teach the occult. We're going to kill you unless you learn Kabbalah. That has never happened. That has never happened. So because of that, that's why I subscribe to these teachings, because there's no blood all over the hands of these teachings, because they were secret. So there's no killing nobody for shit that you don't want them to know. This was never forced. Even to this day, it's not forced. And it wasn't forced back then. So to me, this just makes sense. To go with the secret culture instead of the known culture. But then you wonder why people are so crazy when they're religious, because of the karma. That's what people don't realize. Religious karma. That's something that they will never even speak about. But it's a reality. And it's a reality because just look at what's going on in the world right now. It is karma. While everyone else thinking it's a disease. Just like they thought the disease wiped out the Native Americans. But did disease wipe out the Olmecs? Where are all the faces at? You don't think they put their faces on mountains? Where are all the faces? You think they just put their faces on big rocks? There was faces all over the place. There's a dark side to occultism. Child sacrifices are carried out. I wouldn't call that occultism. I wouldn't call that occultism because it's still religious based. It's still based in religion. Because if you look at the deities that they worship, because again, you're speaking about, you know, what's going on the other side of the field. The corruption of the occult. You're not speaking about the actual occult. There's no history of the occult leads you to child sacrifice. That's just all about the skull and bones. You know what I mean? That has nothing to do with what I'm speaking about. Because that don't have nothing to do with us. Aleister Crowley, I don't ever remember Aleister Crowley sacrificing children. I have not read anything about Aleister Crowley sacrificing children. There is nothing in his works that said, okay, you need a child to perform this ritual. You got to kill the child. There is nothing in his works that ever denoted that he did anything like that to a child. People with very little melanin have to do so I've heard. It has nothing to do with melanin. It has everything to do with corruption and religion. This is what I'm like, my bad, sorry about that. It has everything to do with corruption and religion. Because their basis is religious. So even if they practice the occult, it's still based in religion. What do I mean? Because they still honor that Bible. That's why. And they're not doing it in the sight of others. It's secretive. None of these people will admit to be occultists. You will never go to these people and they admit doing any of these things. It's all about moving in secret. The same thing with cops. They do their best to conceal their identity. And I'm like, the occult don't have nothing to do with that. That's how they operate because that's how they have to commit their crimes against humanity.